We are Penn State, but as we're about a half hour away from kickoff with the Maryland Terrapins coming into Happy Valley to take on the Blue and White on Senior Day. Go Blue. Michigan, Ohio State tied at 10 with 3 minutes and 35 seconds and counting to play. Michigan with the ball, 3rd down and 6, right on the cusp of field goal range to take a lead. Both teams with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning coming up. Michigan will get a first down on a broken tackle on a run far side, out of bounds. Give me a hell yeah with 3:16 now and counting to play. It is the game. Michigan, Ohio State tied at 10. Yes, we are Penn State as mentioned, but go Blue. Hail to the victors. Penn State does need to win today. Take care of business at 3:30 coming up on the Big Ten Network here in about a half hour or so, as mentioned, against the Terps. But in order for Penn State to get to Indianapolis next Saturday night to play in the Big Ten championship game, Penn State needs Michigan to defeat Ohio State along with winning today. So go Blue. 2:30 and counting to play. And they got a 2nd down and 7 coming up. They were just down here about 10-15 minutes ago in live time. Threw an interception on the goal line. Ohio State had to punt. Michigan has worked more clock as they've had the ball the most part of this fourth quarter and are looking to take a lead. They're up 10-3. Ohio State tied it at 10 to go into half, and we've been deadlocked at 10 ever since. 2 minutes to play. Michigan, Ohio State tied at 10. We are Penn State, but go Blue. Go Blue. Penn State still needs to take care of business against Maryland, but needs some help. And this game's going to obviously be over before Penn State kicks off. Go Blue. Just find a way to win it. Field goal, touchdown, wins the win at the end of the day. So we'll get to the 4th-ranked Penn State and Maryland game here coming up shortly. It's a little after 3 o'clock. Is final day of November, final Saturday of the college football regular season. But hopefully in the meantime, everyone had a happy Thanksgiving the other day. Successful Black Friday as Cyber Monday is approaching. Be sure to click on the first link in the description, and if you haven't done so already. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Audio only this afternoon, but yeah, like, follow, and subscribe. And we'll get to Maryland, Penn State momentarily. Gonna see how this game shakes out, what the outcome's going to be. Yeah, go Blue. Go Blue. And then, like I said, we'll get into Maryland, Penn State with the 4th-ranked Nittany Lions, whose lone loss is to Ohio State. Hence why they need to take care of business and win today, but also need help if they want to get to Indianapolis and play Oregon next Saturday night for the Big Ten crown. So, see how everything shakes out, one thing at a time here, and we'll go from there. But, yeah, just we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. You know, obviously if Ohio State wins, regardless if Penn State wins, then Penn State's obviously not going to be going to Indy to play for a Big Ten championship. Back to the Ohio State loss, but it just ties in with these 2 games and the scenario of next week for the Big Ten championship and then the new 12-team college football playoff. So obviously that's why they play the game, folks. They ain't decided on paper, decided on the field. And it's been one of those seasons in college football that's home, neutral site has been those chaotic years. 10-10 Michigan, Ohio State. And a third down coming up here from the 10-yard line, under 2 to play. But yeah, as I was saying, sorry for the technical difficulty with the buffer disconnect and reconnect already. Hopefully that doesn't become the norm this afternoon, but if so, we'll get it fixed. Yeah, like I said, it's been one of those seasons in college football. Been very chaotic. Upsets all around. And what more could you ask for in college football, let alone with college football changing, and now you have a 12-team, playoff. That's why they play the game, folks. They decide on paper, decide on the field. So timeout. In the meantime, Ohio State calls it their first. They'll have 2 remaining. Michigan with 3 still here. But if I'm Wolverines, I'm in no hurry to stop this clock. I just want to find pay dirt and get in the end zone. So, come on, Michigan. Let's go. Go blue. Go blue. 3rd and 2 officially. 3rd and 2. They are in field goal range inside the 10 at the 9. And a late whistle. Did Michigan call timeout now? Or did Michigan luck out with Ohio State calling back-to-back timeouts? Yeah, Ohio State called it again. So now Ohio State's down to 1. Yeah, you can't take back-to-back timeouts. That's a fucking penalty. Especially on 3rd and 2, that's 5 yards and a first down. They'll replay 3rd down, though. It'll be half the distance. So, actually now it is a 5-yard penalty and 1st and goal. So 1st and goal, Michigan from the 5. 1:55 to play. Tied at 10. Handoff and a tackle for loss. So 2nd and goal from about the 6. Come on, Michigan. Go blue, go blue. Let's go. And now Ohio State calls another timeout. So technically they didn't give them that last timeout to call because they just called one before. But you can't call back-to-back timeout, so it resulted in a penalty. They kept the timeout. They call it now. But from 1st and goal now to 2nd and goal, still a minute 50 to play. Second and goal after the timeout. Michigan going to line up in an I formation. They ran a play action down here on the last drive and threw a pick. We'll see if they draw up now. They'll hand it off up the middle. And it'll be 3rd and goal, Michigan from the 4. Ohio State call their 3rd and final timeout. Yep. So Ohio State's out of timeouts now. And Michigan will have the 3rd and goal from the 4. I mean, if you run it, drain the clock if you don't score, kick it, Ohio State's still going to get the ball back with under a minute to play and no timeouts, field goal to tie, touchdown to win then for them. But touchdown would be awesome. See if they can punch it in. Yes, once again, we are Penn State, but go blue. Go blue. Minute 46 to go, 3rd and goal from the 4. Ohio State's out of timeouts. So like I said, yeah, Michigan doesn't score, drain it, call timeout, and figure out what they want to do then, whether kick it, go for it. 3rd and goal from the 4 out of the gun, right to left across your television screen right now. And they'll run a draw up the middle, and about a yard, maybe 2. So 4th and goal. Michigan's going to let this clock run. Probably call timeout. You got to take the points, right? You got to kick it. You got to stop on defense again as you have all game. So they can run it to under a minute here and call a timeout. About 58, 59 seconds. Why'd the clock stop at a minute? Why did the clock stop at a minute? It should be like 57, 58, 59 seconds. And now they reset the clock to minute 39? Why? Why? Why is there a minute 39? Should be under a minute. Now it's a minute 29. Why? Ohio State could not stop the clock. Or do they reset it? Now they're going to let it wind? Yeah, it was. Why did it stop at a minute? It should be 58 seconds, 59 seconds. They're gonna wind it here. All right. Reset the play clock too. Yes. Now they can take it down even more under a minute. So they're gonna let this run still and call a timeout. So a little confusion there, but we get it straightened out. So now you're looking at 40-odd seconds. Yeah, about 47, 48 seconds. Call timeout, and it looks like they're going to kick it. Remember, Ohio State missed a field goal earlier, I might add. Timeout, 48 seconds. So Michigan 4th and goal from inside the 5. Looks like they're going to kick a field goal to go up 13-10. Ohio State still going to get the ball back. No timeouts, though, for them. Field goal to tie, touchdown to win it then for the Bucks. On the first day of Pennsylvania hunting season. See if the Bucks go down here in Columbus before Penn State kicks off as they host Maryland. Football weather, it's cold in Columbus, it's cold in Happy Valley. 20s, feels like it's in the teens. Adrenaline, play through the pain. Michigan going to kick a field goal to go up 3 from 21 yards. This is basically an extra point, and it's centered right in the middle of the field. So, knock on wood. Snap, hold, kick is up and good. 13-10 Wolverines on top of Ohio State with 45 seconds to play. Hail, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Go blue. Ohio State getting the ball back, though. They'll have 45 seconds, no timeouts. Field goal to tie, touchdown to win it. But Penn State needs, obviously, yes, to win today. Still take care of business yourself, because if you don't, even with this, the way it's going, that ain't going to matter then. Because in Indiana, if both Ohio State and Penn State lose, Hoosiers are going to the Big Ten title game in their backyard to take on Oregon. Penn State still needs to take care of business. But if Michigan defeats Ohio State and Penn State wins, then the Lions are going to Indy next Saturday night to take on the Ducks. 45 seconds, 13-10 Wolverines now. Field goal was good from 21. They're on to kick off. Ohio State can get the ball back. No timeouts, but with 45 seconds, obviously there's out of bounds. Stop the clock, spike it. You know, under 2 minutes to get a first down. Clock's going to stop before they wind it. But Ohio State field goal to tie to force overtime, touchdown to win it. Penn State kicking off in about 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll still preview that coming up, so stay tuned. We ain't going anywhere the next 3.5, 4, 5 hours. So sit back, relax. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Go Blue. Kickoff will be a touchback. 1st and 10. OHIO. Down 3. With not one, but 2 missed field goals today. Now they're down by 3 here. Getting the ball back. Field goal to tie, touchdown to win again. So, see how the Michigan defense will play here. Really, keep them out of field goal range if you can. Don't give them a big play. Keep them out of the end zone. You know. But if we do go to overtime, I mean, shit, we had an 8 overtime game last night that almost broke the record that's held by Illinois and Penn State for 9 overtimes in the longest college football game ever in history. Pass incomplete near side for Ohio State. 2nd down with 40 seconds to play. And they have, once again, no timeouts. Come on, defense. 2nd and 10, Ohio State from the 25. Pressure, pass, complete for a yard near side. 3rd and 9 coming up. Clock stops as they got out of bounds, 35 seconds, but 3rd and 9 coming up for Ohio State. And pass going to be incomplete, almost picked off. Do they blow that dead? After a almost sack. Prior to the throw, we had a timeout by who? Had to be Michigan because Ohio State doesn't have any. Unless the rest blew it dead for a penalty. No, timeout Michigan. All right. Well, see about that timeout. It comes back to bite them because the pass was going to be incomplete, let alone almost picked off. Still 3rd and 9 coming up here for the Buckeyes. 3rd and 9, 35 seconds to play. Michigan leads by 3, 13-10. Once again, yes, we are Penn State, but go Blue. Penn State needs to win today, along with Michigan to defeat Ohio State for Penn State to go to the Big Ten championship game next Saturday night. Third and 9 from the 26. Four-man pressure, almost sacked him again. And pass incomplete, out of bounds, near side. 4th and 9 coming up. Maybe add a 0 in between that. Getting some help from up above. 28 seconds. It's 13-10 Michigan. And here's potentially your ball game, folks. From the 26, 4th down and 9. Michigan doesn't call their 3rd and final timeout. And almost sacked, but it's incomplete. Michigan's going to win. Michigan will defeat Ohio State 13-10. They've beat them 4 years in a row. But what matters today, with Michigan defeating Ohio State, they'll have an unsportsmanlike penalty on the play, but the game's over. Ohio State's going to fall to 10-2. Lost by a point at Oregon. Going to lose at home to Michigan by 3 today. Once again, the Wolverines have beaten the Buckeyes 4 years in a row. But what matters right now, with Michigan defeating Ohio State, if Penn State wins over Maryland coming up in minutes, the Nittany Lions are going to Indianapolis next Saturday night, take on the Oregon Ducks in the Big Ten championship game. Penn State entering today needed Michigan to defeat Ohio State, along with the win over Maryland to get to Indy. That's halfway done. We're halfway there. Now, if Ohio State obviously would have won, regardless if Penn State won or not, Ohio State would be going to Indy. But since Ohio State lost, Penn State loses, Indiana's going to Indy, staying home. But Michigan's going to take a knee, and we're going to go officially final. Final 22 seconds will roll off the clock. So Michigan will defeat Ohio State 13-10, post-game handshakes. It's going to get real loud in Columbus for, where's Lou Holtz at right now? There, Ryan Day. But Michigan going to get to 7-5. Ohio State drops to 10-2. Penn State sitting at 10-1. The Lions win now with the Ohio State loss, as Ohio State was Penn State only loss to this point. Hail to the victors. Go blue, go blue, go blue. So we'll switch over to Big Ten Network now, as Penn State, Maryland about to kick off, but I'm sure Beaver Stadium is roaring right about now, finding out Ohio State lost. Got a minute to play with Illinois Northwestern from Wrigley. But they'll take us to Happy Valley here momentarily. Man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, all right. Hit the reset button. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Penn State gets the help they need, as once again the Ohio State Buckeyes have been the only team to defeat the Lions this season. And with Michigan's win now over the Buckeyes, if Penn State defeats Maryland coming up here at 3:30 over the next 3.5, 4 hours, the blue and white Penn State Lions will be heading to Indianapolis to take on the Oregon Ducks inside of Lucas Oil Stadium for the Big Ten Championship. So they still got to take care of business, though. All right? Got to take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. And the latter part of that sort of already has. But you still got to go out and play Penn State football and take care of business. So leave it at that for the time being. Get more into it in a minute. But in the meantime, once again, yes, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Kool-Aid Luke 96. These are, in fact, my college football in Maryland at Penn State. Live play-by-play, watch-along reactions. Be audio only this afternoon, but be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button We're hoping for another Penn State victory here today. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Links for them also in the description below. I would say normally in a video, scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. But that QR code is the same thing as the first link in the description, so be sure to go click on that. As on this first day of Pennsylvania rifle season for hunting old whitetail deer, the blue and white will host the Maryland Terrapins on this last day of November, final Saturday of the college football regular season on Senior Day. So it's the 48th all-time meeting. Penn State leads the all-time series 43-3-1. Penn State's 5-2 on November the 30th. Haven't lost since 1922. And that was to the team they've played the most in program history, the Pitt Panthers. Maryland 4th on that list, with Syracuse and West Virginia just ahead of them. But Big Ten Network will take us from the noon game to the studio. Kick off with Maryland and Penn State about 7.5, 8 minutes away. But the news right now is OHIO, the Buckeyes go down 13-10 at home. Michigan with the win. And if Penn State wins, the Lions are going to Indianapolis. Play the Oregon Ducks next Saturday night once again in the Big Ten championship game. So they're going to show highlights of this Michigan-Ohio State game. It was 3-0. And then Michigan scored 7-3. They were up 10-3. Ohio State tied it at 10 going into halftime. And we were tied at 10 until Michigan kicked the game-winning field goal. They almost scored a touchdown on the previous drive. Threw an interception at the goal line. Ohio State had to punt. Michigan continued to work clock, kicked a field goal, ends up being the game winner because then their defense gets a stop, and the Wolverines defeat the Buckeyes. 13-10, your final score. But Maryland, Penn State coming up shortly. So we'll get into the discussion of Michigan, Ohio State with Penn State. Obviously, you have Oregon and Indiana there too. With conference championship weekend next weekend, the college football playoff to be set. Rankings versus seeding, all that jazz. But a game still to be played here. So we'll have first half stats and scores coming at halftime. We'll recap today. We'll preview what we can at this rate for next week. When the time's right. As Penn State's back home after a 2-game road trip at Purdue and at Minnesota. They've continued to take care of business since their lone loss to Ohio State. As they've, inside of Beaver Stadium, have replaced the grass since the whiteout win over Washington. The stadium construction has since been delayed with the west side being torn down and renovations to begin now January 2025. But there's still a game once again to be played here today with Maryland and Penn State. As now with Michigan defeating Ohio State, if Penn State wins, the Lions are going to Indianapolis. So hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Audio only today. But as mentioned, it's cold, but it's football weather. You got to play through all the pain. Adrenaline as the Blue Band has taken the field. Season ticket holders are in attendance, but obviously, yes, with Thanksgiving break, students are either there or they're not, so the student section is going to look the way it is today. But blue and white about to take the field. There's some energy inside Beaver Stadium, some juice now, some excitement with the loss by Ohio State Because Penn State knows if they win, they take care of business, they're going to Indy. And we'll get into all that discussion once again later. But Penn State about to take the field as they exit the locker room. Here come the captains. We're going to be watching a few other games here at 3:30. So we'll update those scores. We'll update stats and scores at halftime. But we're on the Big Ten Network. Yeah, it's cold, but, you know, you got to play through it. No excuse with the weather. You're playing through it, as are they. Take care of business. Just take care of business. Find a way to win this game. You win with Ohio State's loss, you're playing next week. Yeah, home playoff game, away playoff game, first round bye, all that jazz. We'll get into it later once again. But we are Penn State. They've hit the end of the tunnel. They've opened the gates as Maryland has come up across the Mason-Dixon line for the glory. We are Penn State. The Lions take the field. Dun, 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 dun. Senior day for all the seniors. Hail alma mater. Victory, maybe in a couple hours. Here we go. Big Ten championship game clinch scenarios. Oregon already clinched. Penn State, now with Ohio State's loss, will clinch a Big Ten championship game appearance with a win today over Maryland. If they lose, then it comes down to Indiana. And then, Ohio State. Indiana plays Purdue tonight for the old open bucket. Ohio State obviously already beat the Hoosiers last week, but, it's 12-0, 11-1, 10-2 talk. So, you just don't even look ahead to next week. You got to take care of business today, right fucking now. All right? And it's going to start up front, especially with the weather being as cold as it is. But it's adrenaline. It's play through the pain. And it's next man up mentality. So run the damn ball, work clock later on, rely on special teams. I doubt we'll see another fake punt for a while, going back to last week. Maryland and the 4th-ranked blue and white Penn State Lions will meet for the 48th all-time today. Penn State leads the all-time series 43-3-1. The Lions are 5-2 on the final day of November, haven't lost since 1922. But you look inside the details of today's game. Maryland's total defense, as they sit at 4-7 overall in the season. They are 16th in the Big Ten, giving up 375 total yards in a game. Penn State second in total offense with 445 yards a game. And then Maryland's defense, pass attack, with coverage, they're 17th in the Big Ten out of 18 teams, giving up 246 yards passing. Penn State averages 253 a game. Maryland's defense scoring, allow 29 points a game. Penn State averages 32. Now, Maryland does have the number one passing offense, which is 12th in the country. So the Penn State secondary, might be tested today. But it circles back around then to force pressure, create turnovers, along with stopping the run. Just get the hell off the field on defense, and then let the offense roll. Obviously, get in a groove, balance, consistency, momentum, rhythm. Like I said, run the damn ball, work clock, rely on special teams. Just take care of business, all right? Nothing stupid. So with all that being said, Penn State should be able to play their game and do what they want to do. But obviously that's still why they play the game. Ain't side on paper, it's on the field. Penn State is at 10-1 undefeated when they lead after the end of the third quarter. and when they have more than 30 minutes of time possession, I might add. So keep that in mind. So it's a 25-point spread, almost 4 scores. Over-unders right around 49-50, and we're underway. Maryland kicks off from the north to the south, touchback on the kick, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the blue and white with Drew Allard quarterback. Nick Singleton and the fat man Katron Allen behind him. We'll see who steps up at wide receiver today, but get 44 of the ball, get Tyler Warren some touches, and just work the sticks, get in a groove, move the football, and go score. Once again, with Ohio State's loss, if Penn State wins today, they're going to Indy. So 15 minutes on the clock to begin this game. For a full 60, we'll see what happens over the next couple hours. Thanks once again for tuning in and listening. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25. New grass as they replaced it after the Washington game. Hand off Singleton for about a yard. But the stadium renovations with construction on the west side and everything that's getting done that already hasn't been done. Got a fumble on the first play. Are you kidding me? Maryland has the ball, and they say 1st down Terps. You got to be fucking joking, right? Come on. I mean, that run was into a pile, so I doubt there's a look that we're going to see if the ball was out or not, if he was down. That ball's out. That's a fumble. That's Maryland ball, 1st and 10 out the 25. So Maryland couldn't have asked for a better start on the road. And now the offense is going to have to do some renovating next time they're out there, not turn the fucking ball over. But yeah, the stadium construction is going to have to wait, as they're going to start after this game next week, right before Christmas. But now with, potential home playoff game and all that. But if the thing is, Penn State gets to Indy with a win today, they win the Big Ten, they got a 1st-round bye. So Maryland going deep on the first play, caught, touchdown Terps. You got to be fucking joking. Oh my fucking God. And this crowd has gone silent 14 seconds in. Maryland kicks off. First play of the game, Penn State fumbles. The very next play, Maryland scores on a 25-yard passing touchdown. You got to be kidding me, man. And it was just a simple go route down the near sideline. And right on the money, caught, touchdown. Jesus fucking Christ. So here's the extra point. Got a late whistle, extra points up and good, but penalty on the play, so. See what the dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. Delay a game on the defense. It's going to be half the distance. Are they going to take the field goal with the extra point and it's up and good? Are they going to have to re-kick here? Or are they going to decide to go for 2? They're going to just kick the extra point again. All right. Well, hopefully he misses this one. But I doubt it. So extra point after touchdown, still up and good. It's 7-0 Maryland. Good God. Yeah, Michigan defeats Ohio State. Penn State needs to win to get to Indy. But first play, fumble, next play, touchdown, and then extra points up and good. So 7-0. Yeah, just find a way to win today. That's all that matters. Man. Just calm the hell down. Relax. Take it easy. Don't let the moment get too big. Man. Yeah, Beaver Stadium is gone in the cold, very, very quiet. So, yeah. Just with a return here from the 2, Singleton, 20, 25, 30. He's making up for the fumble. Out past midfield and going to get pushed out of bounds around the 30-yard line. So there's a spark for you. There's a spark. Now you got to capitalize off it and score. Tie this game up at 7. I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it. Yeah, relying on special teams, but all right, that's a make up for the fumble. Because who knows what the offense does afterwards. But then, defense still gave up a touchdown on one play. But, yeah, just be 1st and 10, Penn State from the Maryland 32-yard line. With Warren in the gun, and he's going to run it. And he gets maybe a yard, maybe 2. So they're starting to run that a lot. Probably too much, to be honest with you. With the direct snap to Tyler Warren. Mr. Incredible. He's just a chill guy. But 2nd down here at 9 for Penn State. Aller pass, far side, complete. And Omari Evans gets to about the 26-yard line. So 3rd down. Comes down to it, take your points, kick it, but I'd like a touchdown here to tie it. Defense end to not be in a bad situation after the offense turned it over, and then one play later, they gave up a touchdown as they did. So 3rd and 4 here for Penn State. Ball at the 26. Dinkins in motion near side. And it'll be a direct snap and more fumbles and tackle for loss back to about the 33-yard line where this drive fucking started at. And they'll have to kick about a 50-yard field goal. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they motioned, and it was a direct snap, trouble with the snap, and then nothing. So here comes Ryan Barker for 33, 43, 50, 51 yards. They say 49, so it must be at 32. And Maryland has a guy back deep. Barker's kick is up and good. All right, come on down. You're the next contestant on. You get 3 points. Maryland leads Penn State 7-3 with 12:47 to play in the first. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what a fucking past half hour, 45 minutes. So we'll go to break. Get back to it. Let's see what games we're going to be watching here at 3:30. Because I haven't switched any of these since they were on here at noon. And we will update stats and scores. So don't worry there. But it's the final weekend of the regular season here in college football. Penn State, to this point, got the help they needed, but not a good start for the Nittany Lions. First play of the game, they fumble it. Very next play, Maryland scores. And then after that, Penn State with a almost kickoff return for a touchdown, but oh so close yet so far away, and drive stalls. Even though they got a couple yards, they lost some yards, so basically went nowhere, and then have to kick a field goal. So it's 7-3. All right, we'll be watching Maryland, Penn State. Notre Dame's at USC right now. The U's up in the Carrier Dome in upstate New York against the Orange of Syracuse. Arkansas, Missouri. Got the Iron Bowl with Auburn, Alabama. So we'll get these switched and watch these other 4 games. Or these other 3 games, 4 games total. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. It says on my end, for whatever reason, though, the chat got disconnected and it's unable to connect, so that'll just have to reset itself. Or just, yeah, there's nothing I can do with that. We'll see if it does end up working out or not. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. But technology, man, I tell you what, it's good, but it also sucks when it needs to be good. But we're up and running. We're live. Did have a little buffer disconnect, reconnect right at the start, but it's been fine, smooth sailing since. Just like I said, hopefully it doesn't become a every play, a couple times a quarter occurrence here today by any means. But a nice aerial shot of Happy Valley with Beaver Stadium, the Bryce Jordan Center, and the surrounding area. Getting off 99. But ways to go, a lot of football to be played. One thing at a time, all right? One play, one drive, one quarter, one half, one full game here, 1-0. Yeah, muffed return. They get it, get a couple yards, but Penn State right there to wrap them up. So Maryland going to start back inside the 20-yard line. So the 1st and 10 Terps, and got an injury. And it'll be number 8 for the Lions. Either Tyler Johnson or Dakari Nelson. You just love those double numbers in college football, don't you? But the 1st and 10 here. Yeah, they say it's 26. Feels like 17 with a wind chill. It really cooled down this week in Happy Valley. It's like they went to the land of 10,000 lakes and brought the cold back with them. But hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for tuning in. Regardless of the weather, we still got to play. So 1st and 10 Maryland. As it seems like the students that are there are the students that are going to be there. It doesn't seem like it's going to file in anymore. Obviously, they're on break. They'll come back tomorrow, Monday. But season ticket holders in attendance, as they always are. 1st and 10 from the 14. And 2-3 yards up the middle. So, see how the defense, fares now with just going to start off as you normally would, not after a turnover, one play, give up a touchdown. Yeah, they're banged up a little bit, suffered a couple injuries last week, but it's still next man up. So, 2nd and 7, quick bubble screen near side, and Zane Durant with the tackle along with Jalen Reed. So it'll be 3rd and about short. See if they can get off the field. Like I said, Maryland's passing offense is 1st in the Big Ten, 12th in the country. We saw them their first play. They scored 25-yard passing touchdown, but just once again force pressure, create turnovers, get the hell off the field. Quarterback draw, they'll get a 1st down on 3rd and 1, get 2. So just we all need to just relax right now. All right, just need to take a deep breath, and just not the start they wanted. Anybody would want, for that matter. It's a long game. Ain't over until it's over, but they just love, regardless of when kick time is, noon, 3:30, 4 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. Slow starts, But we know the Penn State defense in the second half this year is stout. So we're not even 5 minutes into this game, and it feels like it's, fourth quarter already. 2nd and 8. And movement up front, we'll have a false start. Be 2nd and 13, 2nd and 14-ish. Yeah, you love that one. False start on the whole entire offensive line. Everyone but the center. Yep. Right tackle, right guard, left tackle, left guard. Well, the center still has to snap the ball, and he didn't. So back him up, back to the 22. Yeah, 2nd and 13 here for UM. And denied Dennis Sutton off the edge. Pressure, pass, incomplete. Was almost hit on the sack. Should have been a strip sack. And then it should have been picked off. As we finally hit under 10 to play in the first quarter. Been a lot going on. Be 3rd and long, 3rd and 13. So we'll see if they can get off the field defensively. Just get a stop, all right? Empty set, 5 wide, 3rd and 13 from the 22. And more pressure. Pass near side, caught, but they tackled him in the open field. Be Kimber and Tracy. So 4th down, they'll punt. Penn State going to get the ball. Had a decent kickoff return. We'll see if they can get a good punt return here. Return game has been not effective for Penn State this year. They had a kickoff return for a touchdown against Washington, but then a hold brought it back. And then they were in the second half, for the most part, the rest of that game, their last home game, just at a standstill. They almost block it. But Penn State fair catch at the 30. So, all right. They'll start this offensive drive as they started the first drive from the 25. Fumbled on the first play. Maryland scored. Penn State, good kickoff return inside of the 35 of Maryland, but then have to kick it. Get off the field on defense. And now got the ball 1st and 10. 3rd drive already. From the 30-yard line coming up when we come back from this commercial break. So, yes, thanks for tuning in. Like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. And as I normally say, scan the QR code. It's Small Business Saturday as well. But the first link is as good as the QR code if it was a normal video. So be sure to click that link. But yeah, we'll see what the offense does. Penn State, as we talked about Maryland's, defense. Total defense, they give up 375 yards. Passing defense, allow 246. Scoring defense, they give up 29 a game. Where Penn State, total offense, they average 445. 253 of it passing. So almost 200 yards rushing then. And then they score 32 a game. That's what they've averaged to this point. Final regular season game here today. And start off from going to West Virginia against a name of a state school to Maryland now. They should be able, Penn State that is, should be able to play their game and do what they want. But just got to, all right, one thing at a time here. Take a seat, take a step back, relax. It'll work itself out. They need some balance and consistency. They sort of have momentum now on their side, but not much. Just get in a rhythm, get in a groove. All right. But we'll see what the offense does, because one play and a turnover, defense gives a touchdown. Yeah, you get a stop there, but then offensively you couldn't do shit, and have to kick it. So now what's the offense do? So from the 30, it is 1st and 10 out of the pistol. They just gave the trivia question, but I completely missed it, so I don't know the question, so I'm not even going to think about an answer. Pass over the middle, caught. Tyler Warren, first down, Penn State to the 48-yard line. And a flag on the play. It might be coming back. Yep, holding, 10 yards, or replay down. God damn it. Who was it on? Did they say a number? Or did I miss that too? It doesn't fucking matter. It's still a 10-yard penalty. Let's see if it was a good call. Let's see a replay here. They say it was on Dawkins. Well, maybe on Chocolate Thunder Jr. I mean, he did get put on his ass, but then is what it is. All right, whatever. So what? 1st and 20 now for Penn State from the 20? Yep. And trips near side and pass complete. Clifford, the little red dog, gets 5 yards. So it'll be 2nd down. They go hurry up, and similar play far side, but it's incomplete. They luck out as it's almost picked off. So incomplete, 3rd and long, so they put themselves in a bad position with the turnover to begin the game, but then now a penalty, and now it's like, don't know what to do. So 8 and change here to play. Be 3rd and long from the 25. So the offense has really nothing going for them right now. Al are going to go deep far side on a comeback. Incomplete, intended for Julian Fleming. So 4th down, they'll have to punt. God damn it. Yeah, offense is just nowhere to be found right now. Other than if you want to go backwards and have negative yards, and say that's good when it's not. Like, they have nothing going for them. So, Penn State on the punt. Riley Thompson gonna boom it. And it'll be fair caught by Maryland at 31-yard line. So, they'll 1st and 10 from there, up 4-7 through 8:08 to play in this first quarter. This game has dragged the first half of this first quarter thus far. Just slow, like turtles, slow. But Penn State's got to get something going on offense here before too long. Obviously, the defense, as good as they are, yeah, if they can get stops, keep them in the game, just make plays. Turnover, too, no doubt about it, would be nice. Score off of it. Just, it goes back to how this game started. First play, you fumble it. That's what set the mood. Especially the very next play when Maryland scored. So Penn State's already down. And then, they couldn't even do anything with decent starting field position after kickoff return, for God's sakes, on offense. They go nowhere. And they have to kick a 49-yard field goal, which was good. So they're lucky to have that. So it's 7-3. And then from getting off the field, yeah, they get the ball back. But then what does the offense do right there? Not a goddamn thing. So back to the defense, needing to make a stop for them. So I guess this is going to be the way it is up until the time the offense does get rolling, which is really no surprise. Here's the Big Ten commercial. Washington, Penn State could be playing Oregon next Saturday night for the Big Ten championship if they win today, since Ohio State lost against Michigan earlier, as we caught the tail end of that. But obviously, everybody else in the conference from coast to coast, I'm sure we'll see this later on at some point in time today. So we'll dive into that later. Stats and scores, look at the Big Ten standings, who's going bowling, who's not. But yeah, it's just still a lot of football to be played. So one thing at a time, just we need to relax, all right? So senior day for Penn State, had ceremony prior to kickoff as they always do. And yeah, thank you to the seniors. Run on a draw up the middle for about 8 yards, second and short. Second and short, but Penn State brought pressure, tackle for loss, and Vanover was there, but it looks like they're going to give Abdul Carter from Stick City, number 11, credited with the sack, yeah. A.J. Harris also in on it as well. So third and long, defense, get the hell off the field. Get the hell off the field. That's all I ask. Third and 13. And denied Dennis Sutton almost gets to him. Vanover does this time with Zane Durant, who played his ass off last week. And back-to-back sacks. Like I said earlier, pressure, create turnovers. Stop the run. Yeah, you want to not get picked apart with as good as Maryland is passing-wise, but back-to-back sacks, they get the hell off the field, force another punt, and the offense is going to get the ball back. So, technically, the first drive was the first drive. It was one play and a turnover. But then this will be their fourth drive, so you could say third time the charm for more than a one-play drive. So we'll see if they can do anything because of that and, score. Tracy with a decent return, not much, but they just, all right, going to want to drag this game out now. I'll go back to commercial break. So get back to the action here. 6:10 to play in the first. Penn State ball down 4-7-3. So we're going to be watching, as mentioned, with Maryland, Penn State. Keep tabs on Notre Dame, USC from the City of Angels. But Miami and Syracuse, the Iron Bowl with Auburn, Alabama, and then Arkansas, Missouri. Jacksonville State, Western Kentucky is a decent game at 4 here. But other than that, those are going to be the games we're watching here. But as always, first half stats from this game at halftime, recap today, preview what we can for next week at this rate. Obviously, with conference championship weekend, everything not going to be finalized, official just yet by any means. But we'll just have to see what happens. Well, they had a first down, but there was a holding. And then they, ended up having a punt on the last drive. Perbula in the ball game. As he'll get the snap, hand off to the fat man, Katron Allen, to the 40-yard line. Gets about 4 yards, 2nd and 6 coming up for the blue and white. Yeah, see if Penn State can just inch forward, get a first down, work the sticks, just move the football. Do something. Yeah, I feel like it's the meme. You're, the stick person poking the stick. Come on, do something. Let's go. Like, Warren in motion, 2nd and 6 from the 40. And Aller will hand off to the fat man as well, near side. About a yard, maybe 2, another 3rd down coming up. But it's manageable. It's not 3rd and long. It's about, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Just convert. Just get a first down. Need the 46-yard line. And Aller going to roll out. Pass incomplete, intended for Clifford. And they're going to have to punt again. So they've had 4 drives now. Fumble, which resulted in a Maryland touchdown, then a play later. Field goal. And not 1, but now 2 on back-to-back punts. And I doubt, as mentioned earlier, Penn State's going to be running a fake punt anytime soon. I couldn't even tell you the last time they ran a fake punt before they ran it last week, for God's sakes. Like, it's been that long. Like, they just normally don't run fake punts, let alone, fake field goals. Got a penalty on the punt return here. More missed tackles. They finally wrap them up at the 20-yard line. Is there going to be a hold, blocking the back, face mask? How's it kick-catch interference? He didn't signal for a fair catch. He ran afterwards. Because then they blow that dead, kick-catch interference, or signal for fair catch and taking off and running. They say kick-catch interference on Penn State. Be 15 yards, first down. Well, let me see a replay of that. And of course, they're going to take a break, so we're not going to get to see a replay. Penn State's on the Big Ten Network for the first time in a good 2 months. This is the 3rd time this year. They hosted Bowling Green and hosted Kent State, now hosting Maryland. But, okay, that was a quick 30-second, if that, commercial. And, yeah, like, how the hell that was kick-catch interference beats the hell out of me. Along with everybody else in blue and white right now. Like, are they just making up shit on the fly right now, or what? From the 27 handoff, and, all right, at least the defense is making stops, which you'd expect. But, yeah, offense got to do something before too long, which they will. It's just a matter of when, but it's like the defense has been out there the whole entire, or most of the first quarter at this rate. Time possession's probably going to be split. Sack, no. Pass on a screen, incomplete. Ball's on the ground. Penn State picks it up just to be safe. It wasn't a fumble. Denied Dennis Sutton's getting to him every play. He probably should have like 10 sacks right now. But even after back-to-back sacks on the last drive, forced the punt, they're still getting to him. Just obviously can't wrap them up. Yeah. 3rd and 9. See if they can get off the field again. Empty set 5 wide from the 28. And more pressure, and down he goes. Zion Tracy on a safety blitz, 7-on-7. Maybe add another 7 to that with a Penn State touchdown when they get the ball back here for a 777. Take a lead. So just, pressure. Sacks, create turnovers with fumbles, throwaways, and into interceptions on bad throws. Just get the hell off the field on defense. Offense got to do something, though. Offense has to do something here before too long. I mean, you would think they'd have a reason to do just that with the way the defense is playing. I mean, shit, they had a spark on a kickoff return, but they couldn't do anything with it. They had to kick a field goal. Fair catch by Penn State at the 40. We'll take another fucking commercial break. Jesus Christ. 4 and change to play in the almost 1 hour first quarter. Penn State down 4, 7-3. So, another quick commercial here. We'll get back to it. Just, come on, offense. Let's go. Let's roll. 1st and 10 from the 40. Officially 3:25 to play. They'll send a few guys in motion far side. And fake the toss. Aller all day to throw down the middle. Caught. Tyler Warren from the Penn State 40 to the Maryland 40 for a 20-yard first down. And they do like run and hurry up, and they do seem to work better in a hurry-up mode, some tempo. But that play goes nowhere. They stuff them, no gain, 2nd down. So, Aller going to step up, tuck it, and run. And he'll dive, and he'll be short, but it'll be 3rd and 2. Third and 3 officially. As Warren on that last catch, as he already broke the Penn State receiving record for a tight end last week, just broke the Big Ten record for most receptions in a single season by a tight end now at 76. Handoff, but he's short. Be 4th and a yard. And decision to be made, do you go for it or do you kick it? And it looks like the offense is going to stay out there for a 4th and a yard. And they'll sneak it, and they should have it. Yeah, that's a first down. They break the huddle and line up real quick and then snap it, and on a sneak, on 4th and yard, get a first down. So move the sticks, and now you got to score off this. The field goal, I'll settle for 3 if it comes down to it, kick it, but you got to score a touchdown, man. You got to score a fucking touchdown. So 1st and 10 here in the Lions. From the 30. 1st and 10 under a minute to play in the first. Out of the gun, Aller will shuffle it over the middle. Khalil Dinkins goes nowhere. 2nd down. So 2nd and 10 from the 30. Aller going deep down the middle and a little too much into the end zone, incomplete. Intended for Amari Evans from Killeen, Texas. Be 3rd and 10. 26 seconds to play in the first. Yeah, he's their deep threat. They have Harrison Wallace, who we've yet to see. Julian Fleming, who had a couple big catches against USC. But really, other than that, hasn't done much this season. They targeted him on a comeback on a previous drive. Evans and Liam Clifford, as Tyler Warren will throw it, and it's caught by Singleton. But on 3rd and 10, it's going to be right there at the marker. Is it 1st and 10 or is it 3rd and short? In the meantime, that's going to do it for the first quarter. They say 1st and 10, so all right. 3, 2, 1. End of the first, Maryland leads Penn State 7-3 because of a turnover. Or else it'd probably be 3-0 because neither offense since then has done anything. But Penn State's got some momentum now going in the second quarter. New set of downs. They'll switch ends compared to going right to left into the north end zone. They'll be going left to right. Crush Telvin, Skriniar, and O'Dowd into the south end zone, into the half-filled student section today with students on break for Thanksgiving. Hopefully, if Penn State were to obviously get a home playoff game right before Christmas, hopefully they'll be there and it won't look like it does today then. But once again, if Penn State wins today, with Ohio State's loss earlier, Nittany Lions are going to Indianapolis. If they win the Big Ten, they'll get a first-round bye. So then there isn't a home playoff game. But if then they lose, you're going to be in a first-round game. Now, question is, home or away, it's going to depend on rankings to then seeding. It'll just depend on what else happens. That's the thing. You just got to take care of business. Or else sort itself out. But at the end of one, Maryland leads Penn State 7-3. Update some stats. There really isn't much. It's like I said, first play of the game, Penn State fumbles. Very next play, Maryland scores. Penn State gets a field goal with a good kickoff return, but a couple punts in the meantime. Got something going here, it looks like, on offense, but offenses since the first couple minutes of the game haven't done much. Long first quarter, to say the least. Morris is 4 of 6 for 39 yards and a touchdown, with 25 of them on the passing touchdown. Drew Aller's 4 of 8 for 30 yards, 20 of them Tyler Warren. And then Warren has 9 yards passing to Nick Singleton. And then Clifford and Evans both have 5 yards on a catch apiece. Aller has 2 carries, 8 yards. Singleton 3 of 3. The fat man, nothing. Warren has a carry for a yard, but defense making stops. It's just, right now, the difference in this game at 7-3 at the end of one, it's a Penn State fumble and a Maryland touchdown. That's why they lead by 4. But Penn State's got now they say 4th and a half a yard. They already went for it on 4th and a yard on this drive and snuck it and got it. They do the same thing here. So it wasn't 1st and 10 at the end of one going in the second. It was 4th and short. They still go for it to begin the second. Get on their first down. Drive stays alive. Once again, you still got to score off of this. All right, I'll still have to settle for 3 if it comes down to it. Take your points, but you'd love a touchdown. You just would. Get a lead and continue to make stops on defense as you are and go from there. 1st and 10 from the 21. Out of the pistol, handoff, and Singleton for 8, maybe 9 yards. Be short. Got to punch it in. Got to score once you get in the red zone. Regards to who you're playing. From the 12. Handoff again, but a tackle for loss, and it's going to be 3rd and 4. Do you run it again? Do you run some play action? Get 44 the ball? I mean, like I said, we'll see if anybody steps up at wide receiver, because nobody has the past 2 years. Just went over them from Harrison Wallace to Fleming to Amari Evans and Liam Clifford. Empty set. Aller looking to throw near side. Caught by 44, Tyler Warren. Who would have guessed that? Just get him the ball. He's reliable. He's Mr. Incredible. Like I said, he's just a chill guy. So first and goal now, Penn State at the 5. You got to punch it in. You got to score. And that's a penalty. Thank you. Be a defensive hold, defensive pass interference. Ball's intended for Tyler Warren again. But tripped up at the goal line. Yep. Pass interference. Ball going to be bought at the 2-yard line since it occurred in the end zone. Would be at the 1 if it was the NFL, but it's college football, so it'll be first and goal, Penn State at the 2. As the past 2 games, Penn State has used the new script cursive lettering end zone, but they've gone back to what it was with the big white block lettering. And they're going to try to hit pay dirt, and they will. Touchdown, Penn State. So they take their first lead, 9-7 with 12:53 to play in the first half. Extra point to come. So, fight on State. Strike a gate and score. Penn State with the victor today. With Ohio State's loss to Michigan earlier, the Lions will head to Indianapolis to take on the Oregon Ducks for the Big Ten Championship. And 71, Veguillon, Big Oos. Got the Bloodline and War Games tonight at Survivor Series, but he's down injured. So extra point, going to have to wait. Hopefully he's okay. They've been getting banged up front on the offense and defensive line the past few weeks. But he just get his left leg rolled up on him. Yeah, looks like it. And you can tell he's in pain. He'll sit up. And obviously a big guy, like him going down, like especially a lower body injury. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. He's going to walk off, but a little bit of a limp. So, here comes the extra point. Make it 10-7 if it's good. Remember, though, Penn State had an extra point blocked last week against Minnesota, though, too. So, that was the difference in that game for a while because Golden Gophers returned for 2. Should have been tied at 17.5, but it was 19-16. And then the defense made stops and offense got rolling and ran the clock out and put the Gophers back in their hole and found a way to win. Here's the extra point. Just somebody block the left side. That's all I ask. Block the left side. Extra points up and good. 10-7 Penn State. 12:53 to play in the half. Yeah, they're up by 3. Their first lead, and it was a Singleton rushing touchdown. We're a few yards out. And he now has 6 carries for 11 yards and that touchdown. So the difference is the field goal at this rate. Still cough it up. You don't want to turn it over as they did, but they did. Same point in time, though, Singleton made up for it on the kickoff return, got him in field goal range because the offense couldn't do anything, and then he gets a touchdown. So there you go with that. So, 10-7 Penn State here. Maryland will get the ball back, but defensively the Lions have made stop after stop after stop, other than the one play, one touchdown, that Maryland has from 25 yards out after the Penn State turnover to begin the game. And there's been 4 sacks to this point, a couple misses as well. but then they're stopping the run. Have only given up a couple first downs. So that's what I said. With a lead now, defense playing their ass off, you're going to be in a better spot, obviously. Just continue to play like you're playing. Get your stops on defense. Get the hell off the field. With a lead, though, get the run game going. Work some clock. Air it out, yeah, but just move it and score. Just find a way to win this game. And if Penn State does win once again, they'll be heading out west to the Heartland, to Indiana once again. They just played at Purdue a couple weeks ago in West Lafayette. But Oregon, in their first year in the Big Ten, already has clinched a Big Ten championship playoffs spot. Penn State with a win once again, with Ohio State's loss earlier to Michigan, will also get to Indy. So Penn State on to kick off. Yeah, don't stop believing. Take care of business every day. From the 1 on the kickoff return. And to the 21. They go. Be 1st and 10. Come on, defense. It's going to stop. Handoff, maybe 2-3 yards. Vaughn Ellies, Jay Thomas on the stop. So 3, make it 2nd and 7. And a missed tackle, but another 3-4 yards up the middle. 3rd and about 3 coming up here for the Terps, who are in their road whites with the red pant and their red and white stripe with a black outline Terps logo on the helmet. There's Mike Loxley, the head coach, former interim at Maryland. Was an assistant in Alabama. He's been at Maryland now for 6 years. Knows James Franklin very well. Obviously, Franklin, when he was a Turtle, former OC in College Park, before he got the Vandy gig for 3 years, and then he's been in Happy Valley now for the past 11. Seeking his 99th career win at Penn State today. It is James Franklin. Be 4th and short here for Maryland. It looks like they're going to go for it. Kobe King on the tackle. Yeah, he's short. About a half yard. Then the ball came out. So they're going to line up to go for it. Out of the pistol. That's a false start. They run it and they get stuffed. Turnover on downs. Penn State defense holds. They'll have a 1st and 10 to the 30-yard line, knocking on the door, looking to extend their lead here before halftime. Field position. And Penn State's defense, exactly. That's the thing. Analytics can kiss my ass. It's called common sense, folks. So first and 10, Penn State from the 30. Big defensive stop. I get Maryland wanted to, try to get something out of that, but Penn State hopefully will make them pay now. Out of the pistol, Aller will fake the give on the run, looking to throw far side, and caught inside the 10. And that's Khalil Dinkins. First down, Penn State. Should be first and goal. Left's down, right's down. Yeah, that's a catch. Before he got pushed out of bounds. Be first and goal, Penn State at the 7. And they'll snap it quick. Hand off Fat Man, and he'll get in. Touchdown, Penn State. He might have been short at the half-yard line, though. But they say touchdown, got some pushing and shoving. So now back-to-back rushing touchdowns by both backs. And Penn State extends their lead. Yeah, he's short. And it's going to be second and goal from the inch line. Right? There. Yeah. Yeah. Previous plays under further review, so they're going to think about it. Hopefully they tell us something good. But it's going to get overturned, it looks like. And it'll be short, second and goal from the inch line. I already went for it on 2 4th and, ones and snuck up the middle and got it. So I'd do the same thing on the next play. If this does get overturned, which it looks like it's going to, obviously, as all scoring plays are reviewed, previous plays under further review, have to find instant evidence to overturn it. Knees down, ball short of the goal line. It wasn't across the goal line, so to speak, for a touchdown just yet. But touchdown on the field, so they have to find instant evidence to overturn it. It looks like they're going to have it right there. Yeah, right knee down, ball not in, and be second goal from the inch line. So, once again, they're thinking about it. Hopefully they tell us something good, but it's going to get overturned, it looks like. After review, yep, he's down. So it'll be second goal, Penn State. No touchdown for the Fat Man. Give it to him again. Sneak up the middle as you did, like I said, on those 2 4th and yards and got it to get your last touchdown drive going. And that's what they'll do. They'll break the huddle real quick and sneak it. Touchdown. So Aller with a rushing touchdown on his sneak from a yard out. Touchdown, Penn State. So now they extend their lead. And it's 16-7, extra point to come with 10-11 to play in the first half. You got to win the line of scrimmage. You got to be able to run the football and stop it. Yep. Extra point from Ryan Barker is good. 17-7. 17-7. So, Maryland, you think about it, they have the 7 points, but probably lucky to even have that because Penn State gave it to them. One play in off of a fumble, the very next play they scored. Since then, Maryland has not done jack shit on offense. And Penn State just made them pay with a turnover on downs and scored off of it. So, from a field goal now to 2 rushing touchdowns, Penn State leads by 10, which is 2 scores. 17-7 here with 10 and change to play in the first half. Aller, 6 of 10, 61 yards passing. has 4 carries, 10 yards rushing in that score. Singleton, 6 carries, 11 yards, and the first touchdown. Tyler Warren's 101, 9 yards passing to Singleton. The Fat Man has 4 carries, 6 yards. Did have the rushing touchdown, but then, remember, he was down. They looked at it, overturned it, but very next play, Penn State still scored. So his touchdown came off. Aller technically gets it, but points are points. 17-7. Maybe he'll get one later. Maybe it'll be an Oprah game. Hey, you get a touchdown, you get a touchdown, you get a touchdown. But now with a 10-point lead, it's bigger than the 3-point lead you just had at 10-7, let alone be down 4-7-3. Defense continue to play well. You're in a good spot. So just make the stops. And just keep doing what you're doing. Take care of business. Win and in the Big Ten championship. Let's pause this real quick. Here's the Big Ten championship scenario. Oregon's already in. They're 11-0. They play tonight as they host Washington. Entering today, Penn State needed to win. They're up 10 here, 17-7. But Penn State needed Michigan to win as well, along with them winning to get to Indy. Michigan already won. Because if Ohio State would have won, regardless if Penn State won, Ohio State goes to Indy. Penn State then hosts a first-round game. But then if Penn State would lose today, let alone lose in the Big Ten championship, if they get there, you're going to have to go on the road then in the first round. But with Michigan's win now earlier, Penn State wins today, they go to Indy. If Penn State wins the Big Ten, they get a first-round bye. They won't host a playoff game right before Christmas. They'll be off until after Christmas and play New Year's Eve, New Year's Day in one of those 4 bowl games, and then they'll move on and have the Final Four, and then you'll have the national championship. And we'll get into the fine details on those, later on. But obviously, it'll be the New Year's Six, from the rose, the fiesta, the cotton, to the sugar, the peach, and the orange. And then it's rankings versus seeding, But, so, now with Ohio State's loss, if Penn State wins today, they go to Indy next Saturday night to play Oregon for the Big Ten championship. Indiana hosts Purdue tonight. They need to win and have, as Ohio State already lost, they need to have Penn State lose as well here today against Maryland. If that happens, Indiana, with a win, goes to Indy, stays home, and basically hosts Oregon in their backyard for the Big Ten championship. And now with Ohio State losing, they need both Penn State and Indiana to lose. Since they already lost to Oregon, Ohio State, beat Penn State. They beat Indiana, but then they lost to Michigan. And then the other two teams, basically control their own destiny then at that point. So, Oregon's in. If Penn State wins, it'll be Penn State, Oregon. If Indiana wins, Ohio State already lost. Penn State loses, Indiana's in. Ohio State with a loss, they need both Penn State and Indiana to lose for them to still get in. But, all right, let's get back to it. We'll fast forward at halftime. We're about 2 minutes behind. But, that's just the way it is. That's why they play the game, folks. It didn't set on paper, set on the field. Everybody thought, hey, Ohio State was going to blow out Michigan. But Michigan showed up in the game and beat their rival. They're known as that team up north, but they hate Ohio State. So, Penn State kicks off here. Return from the 8. That's a hold. And to the 26 on the kickoff return. First down, Terps. And got some penalties on the play now. These will be late, though, it looks like. Some pushing and shoving. But then that's just the thing. Once again, take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on Maryland. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Penn State. So they're going to offset, and it'll be first down Maryland where they returned it to, the 26-yard line. Hand off, couple yards, second down. They're going to give us an update. Pressure, batted down, incomplete. No, that's incomplete. That's not a fumble. So third down. Smith-Vilbert with Kobe King on the pressure. Ball batted down, incomplete. It's a hold, dump off on a screen, incomplete. Fourth down, they're going to have to punt. So Penn State can get the ball back here, 9:16 to play in this first half with a 10-point, 17-7 lead. Both teams with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. But Maryland, we'll get the ball back to begin the second half. But hopefully Penn State here can just continue to tackle on, add on to what they've been doing the past couple drives compared to the first few drives, which was nothing. But back-to-back touchdown drives now. And 17 unanswered with a field goal earlier. Just keep rolling. And rolling. So, yeah. Leave it at that. See what happens. We'll actually fast forward here during this commercial break. Might get back to live TV. Because we had paused it there just to look at the Big Ten championship game scenario that they had shown us, even though we knew. I wanted to talk about it a little bit more than I have. So, and like a 25-point spread over under at 50, I could care less about that. Just find a way to win this game, because that's all you got to do is win and you're in. From the 40 after the punt, 1st and 10, Penn State, 9:06 to play in the half, up 10, 17-7. Handoff to Singleton. Got a block far side by Warren, and he'll get 9 yards. Yeah, who almost broke one, and down the far sideline. He could have went for a score, but out of the pistol, they'll fake the give, fumbled the snap. Aller still running around. Will lateral it back to Warren, who hurdles a man and gets a first down, and still rolling down the far sideline, cuts back into the 22. Oh my God. What a play. That play was dead. Literally dead in the water. Like, should have been a turnover, should have been sacked. Almost, got back to the line of scrimmage, but then he just laterals to Warren. He does the fucking rest. And there goes Mr. Incredible. And there's a little bit of a Heisman stiff arm there. Give him an invite to NYC. He's not going to win the damn thing, but give him an invite. He's going to win the Mackey Award for the best tight end, but he deserves an invite to New York City. We've talked about it the past month or so with the season he's been having. He's just Mr. Do-It-All, Mr. Incredible. 2nd and 7 as they got 3 yards on that last play. And we'll run near side. Singleton, first down inside the 10, 5, spins, touchdown. Oh, they're going to say he's down again at the 1. See a replay. Because remember, the last one, they said touchdown, and then he was down. That looked like touchdown, but they say he's down. And his elbow's down, but the ball's right there. Yeah. So, Prebula just going to run it in. Touchdown. They've been having trouble with the snap today. For whatever reason. Whether the ball is hard as a rock, with it being as cold as it is, or what. Just, Prebula is in at quarterback. Snap it. But, yeah. Looked like it was going to be a handoff. Maybe fake to get Prebula. Still keeps it. But he's like, fuck it. I'm just going to run it in because there's green grass there. And he does just that. Touchdown Penn State. And now 3 rushing touchdowns. 23 unanswered. About to make it 24. And kicks up and good. 24-7. 6:53 to play in the half. So, yeah, everybody's getting a rushing touchdown. From Singleton, who almost had another. Fat Man's got called off. Aller gets it. And then Prebula runs it in there. So, 24-7 now Penn State as we near halftime. Maryland on the kickoff return. And they'll have 1st and 10. Really lucky to probably have the 7 points they have. Because now Penn State's rolling and it's 24-7. And the defense is getting the hell off the field. See if they can continue to do just that with force and pressure. Maybe get a turnover or 2 here. But just continue to get the hell off the field. Stop the run. Don't let them pick your ass apart. So, from the 20, 1st and 10 for the Terrapins. And pass going to be caught for about 8, maybe 9 yards, 2nd and short. 2nd and 1 coming up. Second and 1, they get a first down, something they haven't done in a while. But first down, Maryland. See if they can get something going here, cut this lead back to 2 scores. It's a 3-score game right now. So 1st and 10, Maryland from the 43 handoff, and Devon Ellie's first to meet him. Devon J. Thomas. He's 2nd and 10. Pitch it near side. DeLuca. Devon Ellies, Devon J. Thomas, and Zane Durant on the tackle. And a 3rd down coming up. Third and 10, let's get a stop, get the ball back with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning to go tack on a lead before halftime. Pressure, it's picked off. A Davian Collins from Mississippi State. .413 to play. There's your turnover. So they got to capitalize off of it. We are about 45, 50 seconds behind. Because remember, I paused it a little bit ago. Get back to live TV through the commercial breaks. But they are taking a ton of them in the first quarter, but not so many here in the second. Catch with control and possession and down. The 46, 1st and 10, Penn State. Warren in motion. And they'll hand off to the fat man. Katron Allen going to cut and spin forward and get 3, maybe 4 yards. But they say the ball's out again. Does Maryland have it on another fumble? Or does Penn State keep it? 2nd down. Penn State ball, 2nd down. All right. They luck out there. Yeah, that ball's out because he was never down because he's on top of everybody trying to tackle him. And then the ball's out in Penn State. They're able to recover. So 2nd and 6. Allard will hand off to Allen for a yard. 3rd down. See if they can convert, continue this drive, capitalize off the turnover. Because remember, Maryland scored off of Penn State's fumble. It'd be nice to even that out at 7. And then you have your, other points you've scored, the field goal and 3 touchdowns. Third and 5. Yeah, they really weren't able to convert last week on 3rd down, but they're able to convert on 4th down. Similar thing today. Handoff and 1st down. Now you want to work some clock. Probably take this 2-minute warning, 2-minute timeout. Still got 3 timeouts in your back pocket. Hold a 24-7 lead. and they'll motion. They have 3 linemen up front. Everybody else far side. They go deep. Evans going to come under it and caught at the 10-yard line. That's a good receiver play right there. Ball's just lobbed up there. It's underthrown because of the pressure. But Evans was able to find the ball, come back to it, and make the catch. And into double coverage, too, I might add. And he makes the grab. So it'll be 1st and 10, Penn State. 2-minute warning, minute 57 officially to play in the first half. They lead 24-7. Win, and they're in the Big Ten championship game, playing Oregon. And Oregon plays tonight against Washington. And you sort of want the Ducks to win if Penn State wins here. So then they, don't have a chip on their shoulder after a loss today, entering next week. But that play call, a little wacky. They motioned out far side, a couple big boys, and then had 3 up front on the line, motioned Allen, faked the give, and then just went deep with it. And it's underthrown because of the pressure, because you didn't throw offensive linemen. But Evans was able to make a play on the ball, come back to it, catch it, and they get a first down. It'll be first down, the 10-yard line, or it's going to be 1st and goal at the 10. It's going to depend on the spot. It was right around there. Obviously, 1st and goal at the 10, you got 4 shots to punch it in. 1st and 10 at the 11, you got 8 shots to punch it in. With a minute 57, the 2-minute warning here to play, 3 timeouts. You'd still like to work that clock if you could. If not, all right, whatever, but just score. I'll take a field goal still if it comes down to it. It's 27-3 then. Still 3-score game, 3.5-score game. But if you can score a touchdown, go up 31-3, you're covering the spread, in the first half. I don't really care about that, though, today, let alone ever, or the over-under for that matter. Just find a way to win. Winning is what matters. Winning counts. So, yeah. But 31-3, 4 scores. Just, once again, find a way to win. Find a way to win. So 1st and 10, Penn State officially at the 11. So now you got 8 shots to punch it in with a minute 57 to play and 3 timeouts. Perbuel in the ball game will pitch it near side. Katron Allen gonna get 4 yards or so out of bounds. 2nd down coming up. Clock stopped. Second down and 6 from the 7. Aller going to throw over the middle, caught, touchdown, Tyler Warren. Who would have guessed? Tyler Warren, get 44 the ball, Mr. Incredible, Mr. Do-It-All. He's just a chill guy, folks. I mean, come on. And he now has the most career receiving touchdowns by a Penn State tight end with 17. He set the yardage record for a Penn State receiver last week. Breaks the touchdown record today, along with the most receptions in a single season by a Big Ten tight end in a single season. So, just shattering glass, breaking records. Touchdown Penn State, 31-7 at Lions, with a minute and a half to play in the first half. Maryland, yeah, going to get the ball back here. Plus, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. But Penn State scored 31 unanswered after a slow start. And really haven't looked back since. 7-3 at the end of one. They've really put it to them here in the second quarter. The past 14 minutes of game time. It's going to go on par with an average, time for a first half. It's just a long first quarter. But yeah, they had a fumble on the first play, give a touchdown on the very next play, in a hole. Offense not doing much, even though they got decent, field position off kickoff return, got a field goal out of that. Just scored off of turnover here, I might add, so that cancels out. They get 7 off the interception, as Maryland did on the fumble. So Penn State now has the field goal and then the other 3 touchdowns that they have to the 24 points total, and then 7 and 7 apiece off of turnovers. So that's evened. But it's 31-7. He's a legendary Lion, Tyler Warren, 44. First and 10 from the 25. And pass complete. Rojas on the tackle. So first and 10. And pressure, and down he goes on the sack. Abdul Carter. So timeout. All right, timeout on the field. Timeout on the field. Get back to it here shortly. At halftime, obviously, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap today and preview next week for what we can. Not all games are official at this point. But Penn State's will, if they win, they'll play Oregon for the Big Ten title. Pass caught out past midfield. Reed on the tackle, out of bounds. And it'll be a penalty on a late hit. 15 yards, automatic first down. So first and 10 now, Maryland from the 34 after the penalty. And dump off, it's caught, and another first down. So they're marching downfield, knocking on the door, looking to score for the first time since the second play of the game. And they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half, too, I might add. So they're going to try to double dip here and get a 2-for-1. First and 10 from the 23. Over the middle, it's picked off. Rojas from Fairfax, Virginia. That's another interception by the Penn State defense today. +1 on the turnover margin. As the first two, Penn State fumble went to 7 points to Maryland. Maryland interception on the last drive went to 7 points to Penn State. Penn State with another interception here. We'll see what they can do with it. Still got a minute 6 and 3 timeouts themselves to go score off of it. Maryland will still get the ball back to begin the second half, but back-to-back drives for Maryland turn the ball over now. I don't know who the hell he was throwing to. There's nobody there in the middle of the fucking field. And Rojas just was playing center field and able to pick it off. But they got ways to go here. I mean, regardless of where they've started at this year, drive-wise, they've been able to move the ball for the most part. But first and 10 from the 9, it's just the time with a minute 6, even though 3 timeouts, it's just, really not on your side right now. Aller looking to throw a pass far side, caught. And Fleming will be brought down at the 14. So they get 5, second and 5, under a minute to play, clock's ticking. Gonna get up there and snap it. Go, 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 go. Aller, far side, complete. Warren gets a first down, gets out of bounds. Clock stops. First and 10 with 43 seconds to play, and they still got 3 timeouts. First and 10 from the 20. Aller looking to throw again. Far side complete. Singleton gets out of bounds once more. 5-6 yards. Second down, but hey, clock stops. They got out of bounds. 37 seconds. Still have 3 timeouts. Let's keep it going. Warren in motion. They got a 5-wide empty set. Aller looking to throw again far side. It's incomplete, though, intended for Tyler Warren. So second and 10, third and 5 coming up. 33 seconds to play. Another empty set 5 wide, third and 5 from the 25. Aller going to step up, tuck it and run. Get out of bounds. He gets a first down and does just that. Out of bounds for the 32. Clock's going to stop again. First and 10 with 26 seconds. Still have 3 timeouts. I mean, they've only gone, 25 yards, if that. And about as many seconds, but have gotten a couple first downs and still haven't used the call timeout yet. Aller going to step up, far side, high, but caught. And Luke Reynolds, are they going to say catch, or was he out of bounds? They say incomplete. Incomplete, out of bounds. See a replay. Obviously, you just got to have 1 foot down with control and possession. He made a big play last week against Minnesota on a 32-yard fake punt. Catch. Right is down right there. That's a catch. That is a catch and a first down. He got out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop. They'll move it after a review here. They'll think about it. Hopefully tell us something good. They should. That's a catch and a first down. I mean, come on, refs. You got to look at that. They say incomplete, second and 10 from 32. Now they're going to blow it dead. Yeah. That's a first down. That is a catch and a first down. Previous plays and further review. Thank you. That is a catch. Fucking Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, Ronnie Millsap. Helen Keller could have saw that. Hell, she could have fucking heard the toe tap before he went out of bounds. I mean, good God. They're going to think about it. They're going to tell us something good because that's a first down on a catch. 1 foot down with a catch right there. And he's pushed out of bounds. Obviously incomplete on the field. They have to find a bit of evidence to return it. We'll see. After review, stands, it's incomplete. All bull fucking shit. So 2nd and 10. Back to, what, the 30-yard line, 32-yard line, 22 seconds. So the clock stops with incompletion, technically. Still got 3 timeouts. But they still got a ways to go. And time really ain't on their side. Even with the timeouts, let alone getting out of bounds. Just... Aller looking to throw. Wanted to go deep, dumps it off far side. Dinkins gets a first down on about a 15-yard reception, gets out of bounds as well. So clock's going to stop again. 1st and 10 Penn State with 15 seconds to play. Still 3 timeouts, up 31-7. And ball around midfield now. And they already kicked the 49, made a 49-yard field goal earlier. So obviously that was in the north end zone though. This is going to be down in the south. We'll see. We'll see. Be nice to get some points again off another turnover. Especially when the first 2 are evened out on both sides. And then Maryland's going to get the ball back to begin the second half here. So, Aller once again looking to throw, going deep near side. And nobody there, incomplete. Yeah. 2nd and 10 with 9 seconds. So with 3 timeouts, that really don't matter now. You probably got 2 plays here at 9 seconds if you're lucky enough. Just get the hell out of bounds again. You know, can they get a chunk play here? Can they get 20 yards? Aller. Near side, caught, out of bounds. Tyler Warren with 4 seconds to play. And they're going to kick a long field goal. Kick it. Be a 52, 53, 54-yarder, but kick it. 4 seconds, you can't run a play and still call timeout and kick. You got to kick it now. They got 20 yards. I'll be damned. Just imagine if the, catch that they said was incomplete to Luke Reynolds was a catch, and then, you had, the ball there, and then you got a couple more yards, and then you'd be knocking on the door. Maybe you go for it. You probably still kick it. Kicks blocked from 54, and just tackle him. Clocks ran out. All right. So halftime, Penn State leads Maryland 31-7. I mean, for a 50-plus yard field goal, yeah, it's going to be a low kick. So they get a hand up on it and block it. And that's 2 weeks in a row, though, Penn State with a blocked extra point and a blocked field goal now. You know, it starts up front, but yeah, a long kick like that, it's going to be coming off the toe off the ground low to go reach the distance it has to. But 31-7 Penn State, they don't get anything off that turnover, but they still have a decent lead here. Just continue to make stops on defense. Maryland gets the ball to begin the second half. We can get an interview here with James Franklin before halftime or not. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, they quit shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah. Yeah, they got going. They have been playing lights out. So, yeah. Halftime, second half to come. Might be the final 2 quarters just on the regular season, but overall in the season, because they might not get a home playoff game now. You know, because if they win, they go to Indy. They win the Big Ten, they get a first-round bye. And then, you know, if they win today, still go to Indy, lose the Big Ten championship, I don't know if you're getting a home playoff game. You'll probably have to go on the road. But if you win the Big Ten, you get a first-round bye, you'll get rest. You won't have to play. As I was saying last week, it's an extra game, you know, if you get to Indy. And then if you lose, well, you're still going to have to play. But if you win, you get off for a couple weeks. We'll get into all that later. This game ain't over just yet. 31-7, though, Penn State leading Maryland at halftime. We are back to live TV. It's about 25 after 5 here this final Saturday of the college football regular season. Final day of November. Penn State hosting Maryland as a 25-point favorite. As we saw at noon, Michigan defeat Ohio State. Penn State needed that to happen along with a win here today to get to Indianapolis. So half that's already done. We're halfway there, and then more than halfway there now with the first half of this game. Game, set, match to begin the second half of the third quarter coming up with Maryland getting the football. But they haven't done much since they scored off the Penn State turnover to begin the game. They haven't. But yeah, Michigan beat Ohio State earlier 13-10. So now Ohio State needs both Penn State and Indiana to lose to play Oregon, as Oregon's already clinched. Indiana, they need to win and hope Penn State loses, as Ohio State already lost, for Indiana to then go to the Big Ten title game to play Oregon. But with Ohio State's loss to Michigan, as Oregon's already clinched, if Penn State defeats Maryland here, 31 unanswered against the visitors. If Penn State holds on to win here today, they're going to the Heartland next Saturday night. Take on the Oregon Ducks for the Big Ten championship. Be a top 5 matchup. First meeting, I believe, in 30 years since the Rose Bowl, which was Penn State's first Rose Bowl win. They just went back to Pasadena, obviously, and beat Utah 2 years ago. And then you think about it, win-loss in the bowl games under James Franklin. We know how the Peach Bowl went. So, see what the future holds. Obviously, still got another half of football to be played here today. About 15 minutes before we get back to it here at the half. Dave Revson, Ashley Adamson on the halftime report on the Big Ten Network, as Oregon has already clinched a spot in the Big Ten championship game. in their first year in the conference, along with UW, who they host tonight in Washington, who Penn State beat in the last home game, the whiteout. But then obviously USC and UCLA, who Penn State's already defeated, this year as well. So that would be, technically, if they win, they would have played all 4 newcomers into the Big Ten this year. Having already hosted UCLA, went to USC, hosted Washington, and then if you win over Maryland, since Ohio State lost, you play Oregon, a neutral site, in Indy for the Big Ten championship. Which they'd be the only team to do just that, I think. Just because, how the schedule shook out for everybody. With all 18 teams, and, you only play 12. And then you still have your non-conference, so... they're showing off some highlights from these earlier games. This game's ongoing right now in conference play. We're going to update some stats and scores here momentarily, so stay tuned. But, just Penn State's in a damn good spot now after a slow start. Like I said, as they're the 4th-ranked team in the country in the college football playoff rankings, hosting Maryland for a 3:30 kick on the Big Ten Network. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe to social media, links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciate it as well. Penn State is a 25-point favorite. I don't really care about that. I don't. Just find a way to win. And don't break a record for the bad, not having lost on this date since 1922. As Tyler Warren, on the flip side, is breaking records for the good. Last week, for a tight end in Penn State program history for receiving yards by a tight end. Today, receptions by a tight end in a single season in Big Ten history, has the most receiving touchdowns by a Penn State tight end in program history as well throughout a career. And he's nearing the Big Ten receiving yards by a tight end in a single season as well, if they continue to get the ball in the second half. So we'll get to that in a minute. But, he was the one who made a 20-yard catch there right before halftime to set up that long field goal. That was no good. But, the way this game's gone, as Maryland kicked off, so they're getting the ball to begin the second half now, once we get back to it. Penn State received. First play of the game, Nick Singleton fumbled it. One play later, Maryland scored a 25-yard passing touchdown, led 7-0. Penn State then, as this is all right after Michigan upset, Ohio State. So Beaver Stadium's rocking, everybody's roaring, knowing, all right, just take care of business, the rest continue to sort itself out. You win, you go to Indy. But a slow start with the fumble, with the one-play touchdown. There's been some penalties here and there. You got to let cooler heads prevail, no doubt about it, but they get a decent kickoff return. They had a kickoff return for a touchdown against Washington in the last home game, but remember, a call back because of the penalty. This one, he got pushed out around the 30, 35-yard line, but then the drive stalled. They couldn't do anything. Even though they did get a couple yards, they went backwards, lost some yards, and still had to settle for 3, which was good. The 49-yard field goal was good. So they cut it to 4. They're down 7-3. That's what it was at the end of the first quarter. And a long first quarter, I might add. Felt like it was never going to fucking end. And then the second half, that's going to begin. Second quarter flew by with Penn State controlling the line of scrimmage with the running game as they scored a couple rushing touchdowns. And they scored off of a turnover. They almost scored off of another turnover. So Penn State's fumble, Maryland got 7 points out of it. Penn State's last 7 was the first Maryland interception, and the last Maryland interception, field goal no good with the block right before halftime, so we're not going to count that. So 3 turnovers, not count the last one. The first 2 that evened out at 7 apiece. And then Penn State has, plus 24 more than what Maryland does, and that's why they lead 31-7. So you had, a 7-3 game. Penn State needed to just relax, take a deep breath, one thing at a time, and they did just that. They were able to get the run game going. You had Singleton get a rushing touchdown. Fat Man almost had one, but he was down, so then Aller got it on a sneak. They converted on a couple of 4th and yards on sneaks, I might add 2. Similar to last week, they can't convert on 3rd down, but they convert on 4th down. Here we are, 31 points. They're averaging 32 a game, so we'll see how much more they tack on to in the second half. But then Purbuola had a rushing touchdown. And then Aller had a passing touchdown. 31-7 here. Penn State leading Maryland at halftime. Morris, 9 of 15, 87 yards passing. A touchdown, 2 interceptions. Nothing off the last one because the field goal was blocked, no good. But Penn State has 7 points as Maryland has 7 points off of the Penn State turnover as well. Hemby has 8 carries, 26 yards. Ray, 2 of 10. Morris, because he's been sacked as many times as he's been sacked, technically has 5 carries, 26 yards. Negative 26 yards, excuse me. So Penn State defensively, in the stat book, because of that, they've only given up 10 yards rushing. Prather has a catch for 25 yards and the touchdown to begin the game. That's it. Felton, 2 of 22. Wade, 2 of 17. Ray, a catch for 10 yards. Their extra point was good, but they haven't even been in field goal range other than their last drive before they threw the second interception. So Tyler Warren has a completion on one attempt for 9 yards. That was to Singleton to get a first down. But Aller's 13 of 20, a $140 and a touchdown. That to Tyler Warren, who has 5 catches, 60 yards, and the receiving score in this first half. Singleton, 9 carries, 41 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Warren, also 2 carries, 30 yards. The Fat Man, 8 of 21. Should have a touchdown, but that's Drew Aller's rushing touchdown. He has 5 carries, 17 yards, and the score. And then Purbuola has a carry for a yard and a touchdown as well. So 3 rushing touchdowns, a passing touchdown, and a field goal. That's Penn State's 31 points this first half, leading by 24, which is 3.5 scores, 31-7. Maryland to get the ball to begin the second half. Warren, 5 catches, 60 yards, and a touchdown. Dinkins with 3 catches, 36 yards. Amari Evans, 2 of 29. Singleton, 2 of 14. Fleming and Clifford both have a catch for 5 yards apiece. A couple fumbles. Only one of them lost, though. And then that's how Maryland has their 7 points, unless they'd be getting shut out right now because they haven't done much else offensively. 3 sacks by the Penn State defense. 1 by Abdul Carter, 1 by Zion Tracy, and then a half apiece with Zane Durant and Amin Vanover. Adavian Collins has the first interception. They got 7 points out of that. Tony Rojas with the second. Obviously, the blocked field goal just prior to halftime. So, Barker 1 of 2 with a miss from 50+, but good from 49. Good on his 4 extra points. So he has as many points kicking extra points and field goals as does Maryland the whole entire first half. And Thompson punted there twice, but they haven't punted, thank God, since, because they've been rolling after a slow start. Overall team stats says Penn State leads Maryland once again 31-7 here at the half. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Penn State has 16 total first downs compared to Maryland's 7. Maryland's 1 of 7 on 3rd down, 0-1 on 4th down. Then you have 100 total yards, 87 passing and 10 rushing for 97 total. Penn State's 3 of 8 on 3rd, 2 of 2 on 4th with 149 passing, 110 rushing for 259 total. Do have 4 penalties called against them, 4 of 42 when Maryland has 2 of 8. The turnovers evened out, and then it's still +1 though, but Penn State didn't get anything out of it. And then Penn State leading time possession right now by about 3 minutes, 16:33 to 13:27, with a 24-point, 31-7 lead at the half. Maryland once again to receive to begin the second half. So those are your first half stats. We'll get to some scores now from around college football. Final Saturday of the regular season on this final day of November 2024. So we'll unleash hell beginning tomorrow. But if Penn State wins with Ohio State's loss earlier, the Nittany Lions are going to Indianapolis to play the Oregon Ducks in the Big Ten Championship game next Saturday night. So we'll see what happens in the second half. But final from earlier this week and today in college football. On Tuesday in the MAC, Buffalo beat Kent State, who finished winless at 0-12, 43-7. Akron won in overtime against Toledo, 21-14. On Thanksgiving, Memphis upset Tulane, 34-24. Last night, yesterday on Black Friday, Utah beat UCF, 28-14. Iowa beat Nebraska on a game-winning 53-yard field goal, 13-10. San Jose State won by 3, 34-31 at home against Stanford. Texas State with a 45-38 win at South Alabama. Colorado State 42-37 win against Utah State. Sam Houston State beat Liberty by a safety, 20-18. Navy 34-20 win at ECU. The Bobcats of Ohio beat Ball State 42-21. Miami, Ohio beat Bowling Green 28-12, also in the MAC. Minnesota beat Wisconsin 24-7. The Badgers' winning season bowl streak has been snapped. They will not go to a bowl game for the first time in 20-plus years. Colorado shut out Oklahoma State to get to 9-3, 52-0. Ole Miss won the Egg Bowl of Mississippi State, 26-14, on the blue turf in Boise. Broncos beat the Beavers from Oregon State, 34-18. And last night, in not 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, let alone 6 or 7 overtimes, but in 8 overtimes last night, the Georgia Bulldogs beat the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, 44-42. It's the second longest college football game in history, as obviously Illinois Penn State in 9 overtimes at 21 is still locked in as the longest ever. Even though Penn State did lose that game 20-18 and 9 overtimes, yes, slugfest. Last night, a little higher scoring. It was 27 apiece at the end of regulation. And then, obviously after the third overtime, it's just 2-point tries. It went to 8 overtimes. And the Dogs barked into the SEC title game with a win, 44-42. They'll play either Texas or Texas A&M, whoever wins that game tonight, next week in Atlanta. Earlier today in college football, though, as this second half is about to begin with Maryland and Penn State. Maryland to receive, down 31-7. Yeah, earlier today in college football, Troy beat Southern Miss 52-20. Coastal Carolina with a 48-27 win at Georgia State. FIU over Middle Tennessee State 35-24. Western Michigan beat Eastern Michigan 26-18. Another one-score game with the North Texas 24-17 win at Temple. Army 11-1, 29-24 win at home over UTSA. Louisiana Lafayette beat Louisiana Monroe 37-23. We'll see if Neil Brown gets fired at West Virginia and if they bring Rich Rod back or hire Jimbo, because WVU went to West Texas and lost the Red Raiders of Texas Tech and Lubbock 52-15, finishing at 6-6 due to the West Virginia Mountaineers, who Penn State beat week 1 and now lead Maryland here 31-7 at the half in the final regular season game. And once again, with the Penn State win today, after Ohio State's loss earlier, Penn State wins. Nittany Lions are heading Indy, take on the Oregon Ducks next Saturday in the Big Ten Championship. We'll get back to those scores from earlier today in college football momentarily as we begin the second half with a touchback. So 1st and 10 Maryland. Penn State leads 31-7. Maryland ball, 1st and 10. As Tyler Warren now needs 13 receiving yards for a single season record by a Big Ten tight end in a single season. He's already broken all these other records. Give him 13 fucking yards. More than that, obviously, to, just not barely break it, to put it over the top. But thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Handoff, Maryland for 9 yards, 2nd and short. Second and a yard. Handoff on a draw and a 1st down. So 1st and 10 from the 37. And more pressure, pass over the middle, incomplete. Good coverage by Rojas. 2nd and 10. See if the defense can get another stop here. And a draw, big 1st down run, and then some, and they finally bring them down about the 42. Reed, Jalen Reed, number 1 on the tackle. From the, where are they at, 44? Mark them down to 44. 1st and 10. Handoff on another draw, and tackle for loss, Kobe King with Wheatley. Second and 10, sack, Carter, down he goes. And he hits the pose. Just, cut the inside and hello, see you later. I'm tackling you and putting you in the ground. 3rd and long. 3rd and good 18, 20. 3rd and 17. Back on the wrong side of the 50 for Maryland. From the 49-yard line, 3rd and long. That's the 4th sack of the game. And more pressure. They get to him again, but it's caught. But then he falls down as soon as he caught it, so only gets a yard. 4th down from midfield. They're going to have to punt. from midfield. Oh, they blocked the punt. No. Where the fuck did it go? All right. Missed it by about a foot. But he still shanked it. But it got a roll, and it's down, where the hell they marked it at? 20-yard line, 15, 20-yard line? Be first and 10 Penn State from there. With a 31-7 lead here, early third quarter. So, obviously, up 24. They have a passing touchdown. You have a passing touchdown, but you have 3 rushing touchdowns. Run the goddamn ball. Work clock. Get out healthy. Maybe get some guys some playing time. Just don't blow it. You win, you're going to Indy. So we'll see how they play the second half. Back to these scores from this week in college football. We've done through the week, and a few from earlier. We left off with West Virginia, I do believe, losing at Texas Tech 52-15, as mentioned. Baylor beat Kansas, who's been red hot, 45-17, your score there. Duke came back to beat Wake Forest 23-17. UConn and UMass were in a shootout, 47-42 for the Huskies. 41-14 win for Louisville at the Kentucky Wildcats. And the land of Lincoln, Illinois beat Northwestern 38-28. We saw that wrap up just prior to kickoff here on the Big Ten Network with Maryland and Penn State. South Carolina won the Palmetto Bowl over Clemson by 3, 17-14. Tennessee went to Vandy and beat the Commodores 36-23. And Michigan upset Ohio State 13-10. Your final score there on a game-winning field goal from 21 yards out as we cut the tail end of that game at the beginning of this live stream. And with the Ohio State loss and a Penn State win, if Penn State can hold on to defeat Maryland here, the blue and white are going to the home of the blue and white in the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts, Lucas Oil Stadium, in Indianapolis, Indiana, to play Oregon for the Big Ten Championship once again next Saturday night. So, ongoing in college football. Got a handful of games here. We'll get to those shortly, along with still what's to come tonight. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. And then we'll preview next week for what we can. Aller going deep, far side, incomplete, intended for Tyler Warren. So 2nd and 10. Let's get him over 1,000. Do you think he'll get it? Yes, he's going to get it. It's just a matter of when. And does the crowd know about it? That's the thing. The crowd knows Ohio State lost. They can tell you that much. But 31-7 here from the 15. 2nd and 10. Aller over the middle on the slant. Caught. Warren. He's going to get 8. Powell going to push, but they'll blow it dead. So it's going to be 3rd and 2. It's going to be 3rd and 2 here. Yeah, once again, Warren broke receiving yards in a single season by a Penn State tight end last week. Had as they have a 3rd and 2 here, Warren in motion. Third and long, too. More like a yard and a half. Hand off. They get a first down. Fat man. and runs into Vegione. Big Oos, who went down with injury earlier, he's back out there. That's good to see. But they get a first down. Yeah, Warren broke record last week for most receiving yards in a single season by a Penn State tight end. Earlier today, as they'll hand off again to the fat man far side on a counter to the 40. He's second about 3 coming up. Earlier today, receiving touchdowns in a career by a Penn State tight end was 17. And then most receptions in a single season by a Big Ten tight end. Now he's going for the single season Big Ten tight end receiving yard record. And he's now 5 yards away. And he's close to 1,000, so that's what I said. They'll get him over 1,000, you would think. Backup tight end, though, behind him, Khalil Dinkins down injured. They do have Luke Reynolds, though, as well, as we know about. And a lot of people found out who he was last week on a fake punt. And he's sort of going to be the next in line at tight end behind Warren, with him going to be, graduating, as today is senior day. Penn State up 31-7 here, third quarter. As a few other games we're keeping tabs on right now. Miami's up at Syracuse. Notre Dame's up at USC. And Alabama's leading the Iron Bowl as they're about to kick off the second half. Reynolds in motion, 2nd and 3. And a handoff to the fat man again, but tackle for loss. And now they're going to have a third and about 6. Third and 5 officially. 3rd and 5. Aller coming back over the middle. Going to avoid a sack, tuck it and run. And he's going to dive and get a first down. Nice play. He's done a lot better in that regard this year with being able to know when to run. Knees down, ball right there. That's a first down. That's a first down. They might measure, but that's a first down. And now a whistle with 8 minutes on the dot to play in the third. They're going to review this. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So they're going to think about it again. Hopefully they tell us something good. Right there. See, it's a first down on the field, though. You know? Finding this bit of evidence to return it. Hasn't been a good day for Penn State in reviews. Whatever has been called is what's, either stood, it was incomplete, or they said he was down, and it stood, it wasn't a touchdown. So, this, 4th and inches, 1st and 10? But remember, they've already went for it on 4th and inches twice today and got it on sneaks, so why not do it again if this is overturned and he's going to be short? Yeah, probably about nose of the football. They might measure after a spot, but calling the field's first down, so it might stand here. He's a half yard short. God damn it. 4th down, 4th and inches. Yeah, they're going to go for it here and get it. 4th and a yard, if that. They're going to break the huddle real quick, get up and sneak it. And they'll get it again, first down Penn State. So they'll move the 6 once more. We are. Now get back to the run game. Maybe take a shot. Why not take a shot here? Why not take a shot? Let's go deep. Where are the receivers at? Where's Harrison Wallace? Where's Julian Fleming? Where's Omari Evans? Where's Liam Clifford? Go fucking deep. Get Warren the record. 1st and 10 with 44 in motion. Out of the pistol, handoff. Fat man gonna lose a yard again, so 2nd and 11. Fake the run. They blow it dead late. Is there a penalty on the play? Yeah, there's flag. What is it? False start on Penn State. On Omari Evans. He wanted a little bit of a fast start because it looked like they were going to go deep to him. And back him up 5 yards, though. It's, well, they'll replay the down. 2nd and 16. Yeah, 2nd and 16 here. Out of the gun. They'll fake the toss. Aller near side. Complete. Evans, 1st down, Penn State at the 45 of Maryland. So they'll move the sticks on a pickup of 17. 1st down. First and 10, Penn State, up 31-7 here. Under 6 to play in the 3rd. Reynolds in motion. Warren in motion now. And they'll run it. Fat Manny's going to lose a couple more yards. He can't get back to the damn line of scrimmage. So Maryland's stopping the run here for the most part, but empty set. Aller all day to throw and just throws out of bounds, incomplete. So 3rd and 11. Warren in the gun on 3rd and 11. And he's looking to throw, but he's going to tuck it and run. And he'll get a couple yards, but it's going to be 4th down. They're going to punt. They can kick a long field goal. Remember, I already had a 50-plus yarder blocked. I mean, they worked clock there. That's what they did, you know, since they didn't get anything. So, they're going to punt. You play field position. You know, punt, pin, and beat, make them drive. Make stop on defense. Thompson. From down under, going to pin it inside the 10 of the 6, where the fair catch is signal for. Be 1st and 10 Maryland from there. So 31-7. 4:37 to play in the 3rd quarter. If Penn State wins, after Ohio State lost earlier, Penn State's going to Indy, take on Oregon next Saturday night in the Big Ten championship game. Get back to some of these scores. If this will let me look at it, I don't know why it's not loading. It was fine just a minute ago. How about this? Let's recap the NFL from last week. And then what's already happened this week and preview tomorrow, as that'll do its thing. Last Thursday night, Browns beat the Steelers in the snow, 24-19. On the Sunday before Thanksgiving, as the Vikings beat the Bears 30-7 in overtime. The Lions beat the Colts 24-6. Lions beat the Bears on Thanksgiving. Dolphins with a 34-15 win against the Pats. Bucks beat the Giants 30-7. Dallas in a wild game at Washington ended up winning 34-26. Chiefs held on again, as they did again yesterday. Another one-score game, but they're finding ways to win. Whether you think it's because of this or that, wins win at the end of the day. 30-27 for the Chiefs over the Panthers. They beat the Raiders on Black Friday, 19-17. Titans beat the Texans 32-27. Broncos beat the Raiders 29-19. Packers with a big win at home against the Niners. It was 38-10. Seahawks 16-6 defeating Arizona. Sunday Night Football, former Penn State running back Saquon Barkley in his first year of the Philadelphia Eagles ran hog wild all over the Rams. Had 255 on the ground and over 300 all-purpose with a few touchdowns, and the Eagles 37-20 win at the Rams. On Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, also from LA, the Ravens beat the Chargers in the Harbaugh Bowl 30-23. And then we'll get to, if it'll load, all the scores ongoing right now in college football. Preview next week for what we can in conference championship games, with those still not set. And then what happened on Thanksgiving NFL, yesterday on Black Friday, and preview what's to come tomorrow. So, yeah. Maryland, different quarterback in the ball game now. They'll have a second down and 9. Pressure. They run a tight end screen near side, missed tackle, and a big first down. Should have been sacked in the end zone for a safety. Should have been tackled right away on a tight end screen, but missed tackles, and they get a first down out of it. I want to pick them about 9.5, 10 yards on 2nd and 9. Or do they say short 3rd inches? Now they say first down. I thought so. Okay. 1st and 10, Maryland. They'll run it. Nowhere to go. 2nd and 10. Out of the gun. That's a hold. Oh, my God. They still got to him. And it was picked him off incomplete. So 3rd and 10. From the 18, 3rd and 10. And down he goes on the sack. Denied Dennis Sutton, DDS, on the 5th sack of the afternoon by the Penn State defense. And they have 2 interceptions as well. Talked about earlier, just, force pressure and create turnovers, and they've done just that. They've stopped the run. Maryland passing-wise, yeah, they have the passing touchdown, but, they're not, as they are first in the Big Ten in passing offense, 12th in the country. They're not doing that today because of the Penn State pressure. The back end of the defense is playing lights out with the 2 interceptions. So, punt, going to roll around the 50, be down to the 48-yard line. So that's where Penn State will start, 1st and 10. So 31-7 here, minute 41 to play in this third quarter. Like I said, at this rate, you're going to want to get out healthy and probably get some guys some playing time. Especially with the win now, you're going to Indy. It's not questionable, when you're in. So, yeah. Just a little, I don't even know if funny is the right word, but it just, Penn State was always on the outside looking in a 14 playoff. And then, it goes to 12 teams and they're for sure going to be in, let alone ranked inside the top 4. So, like I said, it's rankings versus seeding, though, when it comes down to it. Because the top 4 are going to be your 4 highest ranked conference champs. And then the at-large is the non-power 5 or the lowest ranked, conference champion then at that point. And then everything else is at-large bids. But we'll get into that later. So, all right. This week in the NFL thus far, on Thanksgiving, on Thursday, had 3 games as we do at lunch, supper time, and in the nightcap. Had the Lions beat the Bears 23-20 because Chicago knows nothing about time possession and clock management. And then they fired their head coach yesterday after the loss. So that'll open up among all the other ones that have already opened and a few more, both in college and the NFL, as the coaching carousel is about to spin and go for a little bit of a ride. It's just that time of year. We'll get into that talk later. Not today, but later at some point in time in the future. Lions beat the Bears on Thursday, on Thanksgiving 23-20. Cowboys 27-20 win at home against the New York Football Giants. And then in the cold, the Dolphins went to Green Bay and lost to the Packers 30-17 on Black Friday. As Singleton gets 9 yards. Be 2nd and 1 coming up here. A minute and a half to play in the third quarter. Penn State leads Maryland 31-7. On Black Friday yesterday in the NFL, the Raiders went to Arrowhead and had the Chiefs really wanted them at, but Kansas City pulled one out in the end. Picked up the win 19-17. Penn State gets a first down on the run. Singleton again for another couple yards, so 1st and 10 in the Lions. Next commercial break, we'll preview the NFL tomorrow and update scores around the college football landscape with games ongoing and still preview what's coming tonight and next week. So stay tuned. Under a minute to play now in the third quarter. It's 1st and 10. Penn State from the 41-yard line. Warren in motion. He still needs some yards to break the record, even though he's already broken a couple records. Omari Evans on the catch near side. Be 2nd down, though, coming up in about 7-ish. From the 37, 3rd and 7. 2nd and 7, second and 7. Handoff, Singleton, he gets a first down. So inside the 30, Powell still pushing down to about the 21-yard line. It'll be first down Penn State. In the meantime, that'll do it for the third quarter. So switch ends, and the final game of 2024 at home in this regular season, and potentially on the year, just because of you win now, go to the Big Ten title game, you win that, you get a first round bye. You lose that, you might get a home playoff game, but you'll probably have to go on the road, I bet. But this might be the final 15 at Beaver Stadium here in 2024 before they really start renovating with construction. We'll see. I'm glad they went back to the block end zones, by the way. I mean, I really didn't like the cursive script ones they were using there for a couple weeks, for whatever reason, other than the new rollout with designs, as a university in general as a whole. But they replaced the grass, and then after the Washington game, and then went back to the block letters. So, yeah, keep it the way it is. But anyways, end of 3 here. Penn State leads Maryland 31-7. That's what it was at halftime. So the other team found the end zone there. I mean, Maryland hasn't found the end zone since the second play of the game. Penn State scored 31 unanswered afterwards, and they have the ball around the 20-yard line, knock on the door, 1st and 10 to begin the 4th. Tomorrow in the NFL, though, as we just recapped what happened on Thanksgiving and yesterday on Black Friday, on the 1st of December, Chargers will be in Atlanta to take on the Falcons. I'll have live play here of Steelers-Bengals tomorrow at 1 o'clock, so we should turn back in. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Cardinals-Vikings, Colts-Panthers, Seahawks-Jets, Titans, and the Washington Redskins football team Commanders, Texans-Jags, Rams and Saints, Bucks-Panthers, Eagles-Ravens is going to be a good game, Sunday Night Football, and a couple feet of snow in Buffalo, 49ers-Bills. Monday Night Football, Browns-Broncos. That's the NFL this week. We'll update some stats in this game as well with Maryland, Penn State. PSU. Let's go. PSU. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 21. Aller going to dump it off to Singleton near side, and he gets 2 yards pushed out of bounds. 2nd and 8. They give him 3 officially, 2nd and 7. Ball at the 18. Let's go to 44. Get him the ball. And they'll toss it far side. Singleton, he's got a block. And he's going to get inside the 10, inside the 5, walks in, touchdown Penn State. And that's Singleton's second rushing touchdown today. 37-7 with the extra point to come, with 14-14 to play. Let's get on I-80 and go west from Happy Valley. Barker, extra point, good. 38-7. As he just looks up into the camera and like, what do you want? 38-7 Penn State. Aller, 17 of 26, a $171, passing touchdown to Warren, who has a catch, or completion, on one attempt for 9 yards. And that was completed on a 9-yard catch and run for a first down earlier in the game to Nick Singleton, who just scored a second rushing touchdown, as he has 13 carries for 87 yards on the ground and 2 scores, with the 3 catches, 17 yards receiving. Fat Man, 13 carries, 34 yards rushing. There's balance there in the carries, and there has been with these two. the past 3 years. Warren, 3 carries, 32 yards. So he's 32 yards rushing, 9 yards passing, and he has 68 yards receiving on 6 catches for a touchdown. Aller, 7 carries, 23 yards and a touchdown. Perbula, 101 and a touchdown. So Penn State with 4 rushing touchdowns, a passing touchdown, a field goal for 38 points. Obviously missed a field goal. But 7 points they gave to Maryland was off of a fumble, and then they got that back and evened that out. So, yeah, 38-7. Warren, 6 catches, 68 yards and a touchdown. Omari Evans, 449. Dinkins, 336. Singleton has 3 catch, 17 yards. And Fleming and Clifford still catch for 5 yards apiece. Defense now with 5 sacks. 2 by Carter, 1 by Tracy. Zane Durant with a half. Vanover with a half. Denida Sutton with the last one. And 2 interceptions. 1 to 7 points. 1 with a blocked field goal, unfortunately. So no 3 there unless it be 41-7. And Singleton with his 17 yards receiving, 87 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Also had a 66-yard kickoff return before he got pushed out of bounds, and then they had to settle for 3 to cut it to 4, 7-3 at the start of the game. So 38-7 here. And Sweet Caroline, bump, bump, bump. Eat shit Pitt, I might add. They're at Boston College. And a score there. As, Penn State's going to be going to Indy. They just went to break after the touchdown, come back for the kickoff, just to go back to fucking break. That makes perfect sense. They just want to keep us interested in watching the game is all they want. So scores around college football right now. Just talked about Pitt. Yeah, they're losing at Boston College against former Penn State head coach and Bill O'Brien. BC up 34-17 on the Pitt Panthers. And Pitt's going to lose 5 in a row to end the season. Finish 7-5. Is that a firing offense towards Pat Narduzzi or what? We'll see in the Steel City. We are Penn State, eat shit Pitt, but here we go Steelers. Old Dominion's up at Arkansas State 40-32. Notre Dame 35-21 lead at USC. They're going to be in the playoff, but obviously can't be a top 5 or top 4 seed. The highest they can be ranked is 5 because they're not in a conference. So it looks like Notre Dame's going to host, though, a playoff game. Syracuse is up on Miami, fourth quarter, 35-28. Clemson's liking that since they lost earlier to South Carolina because they need Miami to win. Or lose, excuse me. They need Syracuse to win in order for Clemson to go to the ACC title game to play SMU, who's up at home against Cal, 21-3. Iron Bowl is Alabama 28, Auburn 6. Arizona State's putting it to Arizona, 42-7. Got a good one in the SEC. 2 states that absolutely hate each other as they border each other. Missouri with a 3-point 17-14 lead at home against Arkansas. Rutgers in the snow at Michigan State. 34-7 lead for the Scarlet Knights. UCLA is up on Fresno State 13-10. North Carolina fired Mac Brown. He is coaching though today in his final game. They lead NC State 23-20. Northern Illinois with an 8-point 24-16 lead at home against Central Michigan. UAB 20-19 at Charlotte. FAU's putting it to Tulsa, 56-16. Western Kentucky, 13-10 lead over Jacksonville State. Louisiana Tech's shutting out Kennesaw State, 17-0. 24-21 lead for New Mexico State over UTEP. TCU and Cincinnati just kicked off. Horned Frogs lead the Bearcats 7-0. And Georgia Southern 8-0 on top of App State. Coming up tonight in college football, we'll have Wyoming, Washington State, the old Oak and Bucket with Purdue and Indiana. But Penn State's going to be heading to that very state next Saturday night to take on Oregon in the Big Ten championship game now, with a win over Maryland here today. The Lions lead 38-7 with 13 minutes to play. Maryland first down there, a couple yard completion, second down coming up. Florida's at Florida State, Oklahoma's at LSU. Speaking of Oregon, they host Washington. You want the Ducks to win tonight so they don't lose today and then have a chip on their shoulder going into next week. You'd want the loss to come next week. And then if Penn State would win the Big Ten, they'd get a first-round bye. They would not host a playoff game, and then this would go down today, Penn State beating Maryland as the final home game of the 2024 season. Texas A&M, as they'll renew that rivalry from the Big 12. Now both teams are in the SEC, so Horns and Aggies from the Lone Star State in about an hour. Kansas State, Iowa State, got Nevada, UNLV, and the Commonwealth, Virginia, will have the Cavaliers and Blacksburg taking on the Hokies, as both teams are looking to become bowl eligible. So one's going to win, one's going to lose, and the season's going to be over. As the other, their season will continue into bowl season. Marshall at JMU, Houston at BYU, Air Force San Diego State, and from the islands of Hawaii, the Rainbow Warriors host New Mexico. Next week now in college football, as Maryland has a 4th and 4. They will punt. Penn State getting the ball back, under 12 to play, and a 31-point, 38-7 lead. And punt gonna be picked up and returned. And Tysier Denmark in the game for Penn State gets it to about the 13-yard line. So the sun has gone down. With daylight savings time, it gets dark at fucking noon nowadays. Like 4:30, 5 o'clock. It's dark at halftime, but there's an aerial shot of Beaver Stadium. Crowd has started to fall out a little bit just because of the fucking weather with as cold as it is. But those who stay will be winners. We are Penn State. And Penn State's going to be going back to the Big Ten championship game. So that'll be next Saturday night, 8 o'clock on CBS. And they'll play Oregon. So I ain't decided on paper, folks. Game decided on the field. And Penn State got some help earlier from Michigan. So send your thank yous to Ann Arbor. And the Wolverines upset Ohio State 13-10 earlier. Buckeyes have now lost 4 in a row against their rival, that team up north, the Wolverines. They don't like to say M when they play Michigan. But, so it's Michigan, if you will. It is 6:26 for Stitch. And, Michigan still sucks, but big win for the Wolverines earlier. Help out Penn State, no doubt about it. We are, but go blue. Thank you. And the thing is, with Ryan Day now losing 4 in a row against Michigan, I don't want to hear that, James Franklin can't beat Ohio State or Michigan. When Ryan Day's just lost 4 fucking in a row to him. It's the same fucking thing. So, just enough. You win them, you lose them. Very rarely you tie them anymore. unless it's the NFL in the regular season, because they won't change their overtime rules there. Because anymore, you really can't tie. You just can't, you know. But for Buell in the ball game, so yeah, Penn State with some backups in now. And that is Quentin Martin on the carry. It's 38-7. Do they know he only needs 5 yards? I mean, technically you can get it next week, you know. Oh, that was a running play? That was a pass. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. It was a backwards lateral, so it would have been a run. But anyways, is what it is. So Purbuella gets sacked there. Some more trouble with the snap, it looked like. So 3rd and long here for Penn State, but they lead 38-7. And blue and white, you can start making your reservations for Indy. So Tyseer Denmark in motion. He's a true freshman from Philly. And as Penn State's going to play Oregon next week, Purbuella tucks it and runs, spins, almost gets a first down, but he's short the 19-20 yard line. Tyseer Denmark was an Oregon commit and decommitted and stayed home and came to Penn State. So he's played in 2 games this year. He played at Purdue a couple weeks ago, playing today, but not much. And 4th down, Penn State will punt with backups in here. But yeah. Punt going to be down about the 38, 39 yard line. 9:44 to play, and the Big Uglies are still in attendance and saying Merry Christmas. Dressed as Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Hard to believe the regular season is going to be over after today. And conference championships are next weekend. It's like, where the hell is the time gone? Don't ask me, because I don't know. But speaking of the conference championships for next weekend, you'll have 3 on Friday with the Conference USA, the American, and the Mountain West. What I don't know right now is the teams are playing in these games, so I'm not going to get into that. We'll have more on that tomorrow because it'll be official by then. But yeah, you'll have the Conference USA, American, and Mountain West title games on Friday. And next Saturday at noon, the Big 12, along with the MAC. The SEC will be next Saturday afternoon. Sun Belt next Saturday night with the ACC. But the Big 10 championship game next Saturday night, 8 o'clock on CBS with the Oregon Ducks. And once this game goes final, it'll officially be the Nitwits from State College, University Park, Pennsylvania, Happy Valley, if you will, the blue and white Penn State Lions. So we are. And then we'll get into the fine details on some stuff after we do go final here. Just, yeah, it's 38-7, but it ain't over until it's over, even though it's over. Yeah, just thank you to Michigan. That's what I got to say right now. Thank you to Michigan. But at the same point in time, yeah, Penn State still had to go out and take care of business, and slow start. It's like, all right, well, we'll see what happens here. But they've taken care of business since. Strong second quarter. And with 38 points and 4 rushing touchdowns and a passing, you know, it's up front. It's a run game. It's, you know, the defense with 5 sacks and 2 interceptions. And I mean, really the only thing bad against you, as you punted a couple times, they made a 49-yarder, but remember, they missed the 53, 54-yarder because it was blocked going into halftime. That's about it. You know? Yeah, as they did fumble on the first play, too. And Maryland got 7 points out of it. 7-0 Penn State field goal. But from 7-0, it's 38-7. They scored technically 38 unanswered, with the lead. So 9 minutes and change to play here. 2nd and 8. Maryland runs it and a tackle. 44, Jalen Harvey. Good to see him back out there. He got hurt a couple weeks ago at Purdue in what looked like a bad injury, but he's back out there. So they're getting some guys some playing time now, and I'm getting quality reps. Third and 3. Hand off, and I don't know, maybe. And we'll say he's short, I guess. 4th and inches. But obviously they're going to go for it, which is no surprise. So 4th and 1 here for Maryland. Hand off, and no, he didn't get it. Anthony Specca, and who the hell's 21? Turo. Bob Turo. I know I probably butchered it, but Specca, 40 from middle linebacker, from the 4-1-2. And 2-1 on the stop. Tackle for loss, turnover on downs, first down Penn State. First and 10 from the 48. Perbula in at quarterback. And he'll hand off. Good juke. And 24, Corey Smith, who had the long run against Washington, gets the give and gets a first down, I do believe. Yep, just cut, see you later, and yeah, first down Penn State. From the 36. Another handoff to him. Actually, no, Perbula keeps it for himself. And Perbula gets about 5-6 yards near side before it gets pushed out. Yeah, faked everybody out there, but Cameron guy had to get caught up to him before he got pushed out. So 2nd down 4. Second and 4 from the 30 with Denmark in motion. And Perbula going to avoid a sack, dump it off, and Smith will be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 6 from the 32. But they are in field goal range if they don't convert, and maybe a little bit of a false start. Perbula going to quarterback draw it up the middle, gets a first down. And to the 21 he goes, first down Penn State. So they're saying thank you to all their crew. Me, it's just me. I don't want to pat myself on the back or say thank you, but I want to say thank you to you, viewers, listeners, for tuning in. Just not today, all season, but especially today. But next week, Big Ten Championship game, Penn State, Oregon. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. 1st and 10 from the 21. And And they'll hand off. Smith again. And he'll get good 5-6 yards again. Second down coming up. So 5:15 and counting to play. We've got a little over 3-hour game. But they'll run it again. Smith, another tackle for loss. So from 2nd and 4 back to like 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. From the 17, 3rd and 6. For Beulah, quarterback draw. And he's going to be short, about 4th and a yard. .409 and counting to play. 4th and about a yard. They're going to drain this clock and call a timeout. The center gets up on the ball. The receiver out wide. Now the rest of everybody lines up, and they're going to line up to go for it. Out of the pistol, will hand off on 4th and 1 and not get it, though. God damn it. How do you not get a fucking yard on that? When you got, as many 4th down conversions you already did today. So 3:42 to play. It is 38-7. Maryland getting the ball back, but back-to-back drives, the backups turn it over from a punt to turnover on downs, but that's what it is. 38-7. So yeah, we'll update final stats and scores here. We've done the recap and preview and all that jazz as we normally do, and said everything we've said. It's just this game ain't over just yet, and the season ain't over. Gonna have some extra football, if you will. Big game next week. Thanks to Michigan and Penn State won today. Isn't there a song, Indiana, Indiana, or something like that? Indianapolis, they're going to welcome the blue and white. Pass incomplete. But there are already fans of the blue and white team out there, so, yeah. Just hopefully Penn State doesn't wait till like the fucking last minute. Be number 30 in the Royal Rumble. That's going to be out there in February to enter, to find a way to win it. From the 20, 3rd and 2. And a handoff and a first down. Big run. Still going. Tackle his ass. Jesus Christ. So 1st and 10 now at the 45. Over the middle, caught, first down, and got 21, 31, and 40 on the tackle. 21's Torrey. 31 is Colin Ninkins. And 40, as we know, is Anthony Speckett, linebacker. And a timeout, not called by Maryland, not called by Penn State, but by the refs because it's a 2-minute timeout. It's a 2-minute warning that we've gotten used to now in college football. I mean, it's the same damn thing as in the NFL. It's a 2-minute warning. So, we were talking about that earlier in the year. Well, how's that going to play into a college game? Because, you're not used to it. But, yeah, so we'll see if they can just get a stop, hold them to what they have. You don't want to give up a garbage touchdown like this. But if so, then okay, whatever. What's going to matter is they're going to win. And with Ohio State's loss earlier today against Michigan, Penn State with a win, they're going to the Big Ten championship game now next week to play Oregon. So, yeah, that's what matters.
Are they really going to spend all day streaming college football on DirecTV? Can you blame them? They've got the biggest rivalries and bowl games. Speaking of, Frank, run a stacks of bowl chips, but what to the sauce? What do you want to know? Don't question the coach.
This is Carvana, and this is how you can silence your car. Visit Carvana, answer a few questions, we'll give you a real offer, then set a time for us to figure it out. And pay you on the spot. So work a little bit easier with Carvana.
True job in an average level. Tree top hitting the roof, free swing and clever. Dominating on an average way with the roof, free swing and clever. Give freedom to move. Only at the roof trading.
Tis the season. 38-7, 38 unanswered points for Penn State later on all season concludes. Number 2 Nebraska takes on Maryland. While Michigan State has under 7 Wisconsin. Begins at 78 for the Super Bowl One more big thank you out to Chris Walton and Keelan Kelly of the Big Ten Network. Thank you for your leadership and guidance.
Maryland goes down. 95 for Penn State is, Jordan Mayer. He was one of the 2 Wisconsin transfers with Nolan Rucci on the offensive line. Plays D-end. So that's the 6th sack now of the afternoon. 2nd and 15. 1, 2, 3 to play. Over the middle, picked off. Is that 10? DeJuan Lane on the return, out past midfield, 45-40, 35-30, 25-20. He's going to return this. Down the sideline, no. Won't get in, but gets inside the 20, first down. With 1:04 to play. He was the one who stepped in for Winston earlier the year when he went down with injury and gets a pick off of a deflection and a good return. And now they'll probably just knee it out. I mean, they might run a couple plays and just run it, but 38-7, 25-point favorites. All right, that's covered. But do they like people taking the over, or do they like people taking the under? With the over-under set it right around 49.5, 50. So, yeah, the Big Ten championship game now next week is going to be Penn State and Oregon. Yeah, it's going to be the first meeting since the 94-95 Rose Bowl, which Penn State won. It'll be Oregon's first Big Ten championship appearance, Penn State's second, which Penn State won. I mean, Penn State's won the Big Ten a handful of times, but, you know, they've only had the title game since Nebraska came in the league in 2011. 2nd and 10 after no gain on the first play. They run it again, and nothing there either. So that'll probably be the final play of the game and potentially the final play at home here for Penn State this season. Because of now reaching the Big Ten title game. Under 10 to play. Well, they'll snap it again. Here we go. This will be the final play. And they'll throw it. It's incomplete. 4 seconds to go. And 4th down coming up. But, all right, got one more play here. But yeah, got the Big Ten title game now. You win the Big Ten, you get a first-round bye. You lose it, you might get a home game for a playoff game, but I think you're going to have to go on the road. So, they have to snap it. Clock stops. So this will be the final play now with 4 seconds. So what do they do on 4th and 12 from the 15? And this is going to be before they renovate the stadium and all this too. So this will be the final play, potentially inside of Beaver Stadium, with the way the stadium looks. Buell looking to throw in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Ties here, Denmark. As time expires. And they like the over. People say they ran up the score, but it's the fucking backups. Passing touchdown from Buell to Denmark for 6. And the former Oregon commit, they're not even kick the extra point? Nope. Final 44-7. And yeah, 44-7 your final score. Penn State's going to Indy. Clinch a berth in the Big Ten championship game. We'll play the Oregon Ducks. We'll see what Mike Loxley has to say about all that. That was a long, firm handshake nobody wanted to let go of. So no extra point with the touchdown, but 44-7. Covered the spread. Over under right around 49 and a half, 50 points. It's 51 total. For anybody interested. Yeah, they throw on the final play of the game up 38-7 and score a touchdown 44-7. So you can say what you want, but game was already over anyway. You know, you gotta pedal the metal, and well, the turtles can go back into their shell now, I'll tell you that much. So, yeah, that's that. 44-7 your final score. 44-7. And Penn State's going back to the Big Ten championship game. They finished the regular season at 11-1. And the final play, potentially at home this year. Because, like I said, now you're going to the Big Ten title game, you win the Big Ten, you get a first-round bye. You're not going to host a playoff game. If you go to the Big Ten championship game as well, you lose, potentially. You might host, but I don't think you will, because it's going to be rankings versus seeding then. And then, you know, you might have to go on the road. Still take care of business, though. You know, it's really win the Big Ten, you get a first-round bye. You don't have to plan at home, let alone worrying about going on the road, you know, in the first round and playing the playoff. You'll be off. You won't have to play until the end of December, you know, 1st of January. But the final play inside what we know Beaver Stadium to be this regular season, if true that they don't host a playoff game, it's going to be a passing touchdown from Bo Buell to Tyseer, Denmark, with no extra point because the clock ran out, game's over. 44-7 your final score. Excuse me. Penn State, as Maryland will end the regular season 4-8. Penn State gets to 11-1. Lone loss was 4 weeks ago, earlier this month, to the Ohio State Buckeyes by 7, 20-13. And have taken care of business since, with all the wins they had earlier. Before that game that they lost, with their 4-0 since, as they returned home today, beating Maryland 44-7, once again your final score. But with Michigan's win earlier, over Ohio State, 13-10. As coming into the day, Penn State needed Michigan to win and a win themselves to get to Indy. That's exactly what happened. The other possible scenarios that we talked about was, okay, if Ohio State won, Penn State hosts the playoff game. If Penn State loses, let alone, lose next week, you're going to have to go on the road in the playoff. But then if Penn State gets in and wins the Big Ten, you get a first round bye. So first things first, thank you to Michigan as the Wolverines beat the Buckeyes. Penn State wins. Penn State's going to Indianapolis now to take on the Oregon Ducks in the Big Ten championship game next Saturday. I'll hold my thought though. Post-game interview here with James Franklin. Maybe. I don't know why the hell I did that. You just gotta love technology, man. I tell you what. Yeah, it's good, but it's like, what the fuck? Also sucks for me to be good. Rewind this just a tad. Maybe. Come on. What the fuck? He's going to be proud of him, I can tell you that. What in the hell? I want to rewind it like 20 seconds and it takes me back a fucking hour. Alright, whatever. Fucking thing wants to be all stupid. Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, he's gonna be proud of him. That's what he's gonna say. Yeah, an issue playing the content. It was fucking perfectly fine until I wanted to, hit a button and then you don't want to do it. Not my fucking problem. Yeah, please try again later. It ain't my fucking fault. It's yours. Damn fucking TV. Anyways, yeah, so thank you to Michigan. Wolverines beat the Buckeyes earlier. So with that and Penn State's win, Penn State's now going to Indianapolis. Before we preview that, let's update final stats and scores here with Maryland and Penn State as we've gone final. The Lions win 44-7. They're now 6-2 on November the 30th. Still haven't lost on this date since 1922. They lead the all-time series against the Terps 44-3-1. Maryland finishes 4-8 as Penn State gets to 11-1, covering at 25, and the over hits with a total of 51 points. They took care of business. That's all you could ask for. And they did just that. And what needed sorted itself out. And there's still a lot of football to be played, though. You're going to have the Big Ten championship game now. If you win that, you get a bye. So you don't have to play them in the first round of the playoff. But if you lose that, you're going to have to play in the first round of the playoff. You might get a home game, but I don't think you're going to. I think they're going to have to go on the road if they lose to Oregon next week. But it's all going to depend on the rankings, and then rankings versus seeding, because of the 5 conference champions will automatically get in. And the 4 highest ranked conference champions will get first round byes. The 5th will be the 12 seed. And 5 will host 12, 6 will host 11, 7 will host 10, and obviously you have 8 and 9 with the 4 off, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you'll have, those 4 bowl games in the New Year's 6, and then the other 2 that aren't in the first 4 be your final 4, and then the 2 winners will play for the national championship game. So there's still a lot of football to be played. You just got to continue to take care of business, man. Just do you. Play Penn State football. Just find a way. Okay? Just find a way. So they're 11-1, and they're going to be playing Oregon, formerly known as the Webfoots, the Oregon Ducks, for the Big Ten Championship next Saturday night. In the meantime, though, today, your final stats. Maryland, Morris was 14-24 for $112. Had a touchdown. That was Maryland's only score, and it was on the second play of the game. As Penn State fumbled on the first play of the game, and then the very next play they scored, had a 7-0 lead. Penn State scored 44 unanswered. Down 7-3 with a 49-yard field goal. Up 10-7, 17-7, 24-7, 31-7. Missed 50-plus yarder going into halftime. And then from 31-7 to 38-7, and then 44-7 to officially win it. That's your final score as time expired. Morris had 3 picks. Penn State was able to capitalize off of those for the most part. Hemby had 13 carries, 64 yards. Ray, 9 of 51. But because of the sacks, Maryland only had 72 yards rushing. And then receiving-wise, it was 15, 20 yards here and there to the receivers. Penn State on the flip side, you get 44 points with no extra point on the last one just because his time was expired. You had 4 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns, and a field goal, and a missed field goal with a fumble. But then you got 3 turnovers on defense with as many sacks as they had. Officially 6. But Aller was 17-26, $171, and a passing touchdown to Tyler Warren. Perbula, 2 of 3, 13 yards, and a touchdown that to Tyseer Denmark. And then Warren was 1 of 1 passing for 9 yards, had 3 carries, 32 yards rushing, and then also led the team in receiving. But Singleton had 13 carries, 87 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. The Fat Man, 13 of 34. Warren, as mentioned, 3 of 32 on the ground. Perbula, 6 of 29. He had a rushing touchdown as well. And then Aller, 7 of 23 with a rushing touchdown on a sneak. Corey Smith, 5 of 14. Quentin Martin had a couple carries for a couple yards. They're officially total as a team between 3 players who threw the ball, with Aller, Perbula, and Warren. 20 of 30 for $193 and 2 passing touchdowns. But they had 49 rushes for 219 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. 6 touchdowns on offense and a field goal. Warren, 6 catches, 68 yards and a score. Omari Evans with 4 catches, 49 yards. He had a big game receiving. I don't know where Harrison Wallace was today. If he even was dressed, for that matter, because I didn't see him out there. He might not have played from an injury to whatever the reason is. Hopefully he is okay, and he'll play next week. Fleming had a catch for 5 yards. Clifford had a catch for 5 yards. But Evans, 449. Dinkins behind Warren at tight end, who had 6 catches, 68 yards, and a score once again. Breaking records. Mr. Incredible. He's reliable. He's been able to do it all for him. He's just a chill guy, Tyler Warren is. Dinkins had 3 catches, 36 yards. Singleton, 3 of 17. Tyseer Denmark with his first touchdown, a catch for 15 yards. Fleming and Clifford, as mentioned, 1 of 5 apiece. Carter had 6 total tackles, 2 sacks. They had 6 sacks total as a team. Jordan Mayer with 1, Zion Tracy with 1, Benida Dennis Sutton with 1, and then Zane Durant and Amin Vanover had a half. And then, it was Bill Carter's 2 sacks. So 6 sacks for as many tackles for loss. Davian Collins had an interception. Tony Rojas had an interception. DeJuan Lane had an interception. Barker, 5 of 5 on his extra points. Made a 49-yard field goal, missed from 50+. It was blocked just going into halftime. Ryan Barker had 8 points today. Maryland had 7 total as a team. I mean, come on. But, 44-7, your final score. Overall team stats. Maryland had 13 first downs. They were 2 of 12 on third down. They were 2 on fourth down. Penn State with 25 first downs. 5 of 15 on third down. A little bit better than last week, but still wasn't great. But they were 4 or 5 on fourth down. When was the last time they went for it 5 times on fourth down? I mean, and was able to convert 4 of them. In the 8-1-4, Penn State had 412 total yards. Maryland only a $194, 122 passing, 72 rushing. With Penn State having 193 passing and 219 rushing. There you go. That's why they won by as much as they did. It's a run game with 412 total yards. Had 7 penalties, 5 against them for 47 yards. Maryland only 2 of 8. 4 turnovers total, 3 against the Terps though. And Penn State was able to capitalize off of them for the most part. And they won time possession. 32-40 to 27-20. And a 44-7 win. So now next week, as once again, thank you to Michigan. With Michigan's win over Ohio State, Penn State wins. Penn State now will play Oregon for the Big Ten title. So your Big Ten championship game in 2024 are the Nike-branded Oregon Ducks and the Nike-branded blue and white Penn State Lions. Should be a damn good game. Be a top 5 matchup. Oregon is going to be hosting UW, the Washington Huskies, here coming up about a half hour or so. So like I said, you want them to win. You don't want them to lose tonight, and then they come in with a chip on their shoulder and then just, want payback, basically. You want them to win tonight. You want them to be confident. Dan Lanning's a damn good coach. He's going to have them, calm, cool, collected, being steady Eddie. But Penn State's going to have to now go up against Dylan Gabriel and the, high-powered Oregon Ducks. So if you don't know a lot about Oregon, well, they're on here in about a half hour. But they're a damn good team. They beat Ohio State by a point. Obviously, Penn State lost to Ohio State by 7. But because Ohio State lost to Michigan and Penn State just beat Maryland, that's why Penn State's going to Indy. That is exactly why Penn State's going to Indy. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it now. It's official. Big Ten championship game next Saturday night. Oregon, in their first year in the Big Ten, will take on the Penn State Lions. Oregon's undefeated, 11-0. You want them at 12-0, you do. You don't want them at 11-1 coming off a loss just right before it. No, you want them to win tonight, and then, whatever happens next week happens next week then. Yeah. That's exactly what you want. because you don't want them to lose and then they come in all pissed off. No, because then that's not good for Penn State. I mean, Penn State still just has to take care of business, though. You know? And the other Big Ten championship game they went to under James Franklin, which is technically the only Big Ten championship game they've been to in program history, even though they've won the Big Ten 3 other times prior to that. At that point in time, there just wasn't a Big Ten championship game played. But when Nebraska joined in 11, that was the first year of the Big Ten championship game. And it's no longer on Fox, I might add. It's on CBS now this year. And it'll be on NBC and, you know, Fox and all that in the future. They're going to rotate that. But, yeah, so people have to be bitching about Penn State and Fox and bias and all that shit. They're on CBS, and they've won on CBS a handful of times already this year. Even last year, for that matter, with CBS now in the Big Ten. So it'll be big time, and the big one in the Big Ten for the Big Ten championship. Oregon, Penn State. They're the number 1 team. Are the Ducks. Penn State's right now at 4, but Ohio State lost earlier, so they're going to drop from 2. Texas is at 3. They play here tonight at Texas A&M. So if they lose, Texas A&M's then going to the SEC Championship to play Georgia, and then Penn State would, you know, jump up, you know, over 3, potentially 2. It might be a 1-2 matchup next Saturday night for all we know, or a 1-3. You know, like, just have to see how these 2 games go tonight. You know, because as we sit here right now, they haven't even kicked off yet. So, no, but yeah, should be a damn good game. Should be a damn good game. Plan is to have live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube next Saturday night, but plans might be changing. We'll see. If so, we'll do what we did earlier this year. As I attended the West Virginia game, we still streamed it after the fact, and, you know, went from there, watched it back, you know, after I got home. So, either way, win or loss next week for Penn State, they're in the 12-team playoff. It's just like I said now, you're in the Big Ten championship game, you win, you get a first-round bye. You lose, you might get a home playoff game, but you might not. So today's home game against Maryland might have been the last home game of the season, to be honest with you. You just don't know, though. That's why you just let it play out and see what the hell happens. That's why they play the game, folks. They decide on paper, on the field, and thank you to the Michigan Wolverines, and Penn State took care of business, and yeah. Oregon, Penn State. First meeting since the 94-95 Rose Bowl. Next week in the Big Ten championship game. They've met 4 times previously, with Penn State winning 3 of them. Lone loss was here in Happy Valley in 1964. But Penn State, the year prior, went to Oregon. They didn't play in Eugene. They did play in Portland, and Penn State won that. So technically, when Penn State does go to Oregon in a couple years, it'll be the Nittany Lions' first ever trip to Eugene, Oregon. Not Oregon. They played at Oregon before, but it was in Portland. And that's what this says, what I'm looking at. And this is always, you know, pretty accurate. More chaos in college football. Syracuse just beat Miami. So Clemson's going to the ACC championship game now to play SMU since the U lost. And as Miamian, you know, that literally just went final. Let's see some other scores here real quick. If there is anything meaningful to discuss with anything that's gone final or about to. If it'll load. Come on, let's go. All right, Notre Dame's going to beat USC. Alabama's going to win the Iron Bowl over Auburn. Purdue, Indiana just kicked off. Yeah, Washington, Oregon, Texas A&M later on. Yeah, Miami just lost. Final score 42-38 Orange. That's about it. Everything else we talked about was already final from earlier. All right. Well, still, conference championships next weekend. And Penn State's going to be playing Oregon. Yeah, they've met 4 previous times, as mentioned. Twice in bowl games, and then a home and home. But like I said, Penn State has never played at Eugene, Oregon. It's at Autzen. So when they go to Oregon in a couple years, that'll be the first time that ever happens. Because when they went to Oregon in '63, they played in Portland. Penn State won that, but then Oregon returned the favor and won Happy Valley in '64. Remember, Oregon does come to Penn State next year, too, I might add. So they're going to play next week in the Big Ten title game, but they're going to play in Happy Valley next fall. And then obviously fucking half the stadium's going to be gone because they're going to start renovations here. They've already delayed it. It's not going to start now until January. Because, like, well, you might be getting a home playoff game, but like I said, you win the Big Ten, you're getting a first round bye. But then if you lose the Big Ten, you might get a home playoff game, but I don't think you're going to. I think you're going to have to go on the road because then it's going to be rankings and then seeding. So we'll see what happens. But the first ever overall meeting with these two was in the 1960 Liberty Bowl, which was still played in Philly at the time before they moved it to Memphis. Hence the name Liberty Bowl, because, Liberty Bell. Penn State won that. Penn State won at Oregon in '63. Oregon won at Penn State in '64. But then they met in the '94-95 Rose Bowl. Penn State capped off their undefeated season 30 years ago and defeated the Ducks 38-20 in the granddaddy of them all. And they haven't met since. But no, they'll meet now next week. Almost 7 full days from now. 8 o'clock Eastern. In Indianapolis, Indiana. Lucas Oil Stadium. For the Big Ten Championship. So, plan is to have live play, watch long reactions live here on YouTube then, but plans might be changing. We'll see. Might be getting on 80 and heading out west from Happy Valley into OHIO and into Indiana. Not Indiana, Pennsylvania, not down to IUP. No. But, yeah, go out Cleveland, maybe cut down to Columbus, but just get to Indy, and obviously they host the Indy 500. They've hosted Final Four, Super Bowl. Going to be hosting the Royal Rumble, but it's home of the Colts, obviously, in the NFL. And has hosted for years and years and years the NFL Scouting Combine. Ever since the Colts did move from Baltimore to Indy in the middle of the night on the Mayflower. So maybe I'll just have to hitch a ride on a Mayflower truck to get out to Indy. I don't know. No. Penn State's in the Big Ten Championship game. This feels a lot like 2016. Everybody's going to say they don't have a fucking chance in the world against Wisconsin. Well, remember, they came back and made that a game and just found a way to win. Big 4th down stop. Might have to watch that game back sometime this week. But it's going to be the same old. Like, everybody's going to say Oregon's going to blow them out. Blah, 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 blah. But if Penn State can just be themselves and just continue to play the way they've been playing and take care of business and defense in the second half and run the football and just nothing stupid. Find a way to fucking win it. You're going to win the Big Ten then you're going to get a first round bye. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But I guess that'll do it. There's not really much else to be said right now. No. Other than we are. So, yeah, Penn State defeats Maryland 44-7 today. And they'll now head to Indy just like Oregon's going to. And the two will meet for the Big Ten championship game. You'll have the Duck. You'll have the Nittany Lion. I mean, both teams did play at Purdue earlier. So they're both going back to Indiana. But Penn State's obviously, closer. About eight hours or so. Oregon's going to have to... I'm not saying their fans aren't going to show up by any means, but it just feels like it could go Penn State's way, crowd-wise. Obviously, Penn State has the largest alumni association in the world, for God's sake, so going to need everybody to show up, blue and white, to the home of the blue and white in the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts. Yeah, but on the road, we wear white, so we'll see if Penn State's going to be the home team or the away team, and then what uniforms Oregon wears next week, because they have a different fucking uniform for every fucking game. So, but that's just with Nike, Phil Knight. They can do that, because that's where Nike was founded, University of Oregon. So, and talk about NIL, like they have that to go by. So we'll save some other stuff for next week. But yeah, in the meantime, I think that's going to do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube today. As that'll do it for the regular season. Penn State going to finish 11-1, but they'll now be playing Oregon next week in the Big Ten championship game. Win, get a first round bye. Lose, they're still in the playoff, but I don't know if they're going to get a home game in the first round of the playoff with a loss next week. They might, but they might not. I don't think they will. I think they'll have to go on the road. And then it's a matter of where to. Because that's what I was saying last week. It's going to be that extra game then if you do get to Indy but lose, because then you'll still have to play in the first round. Because only the conference champions get first round byes. The four highest ranked conference champions get first round byes. That fifth is going to be the 12 seed. Whether it's a non-power 5 or whether it's the lowest ranked. Sort of how it's tying into play right now with Boise State in the Big 12. And with Boise, them running wild in the BCS, upsetting this team or that team, first year of the 12-team playoff, well, yeah, you might as well have Boise in it for the hell of it. Why not? And then you have your Blue Bloods, for the most part. We'll see how the field shakes out, but you still got football to be played. Yeah, still got football to be played here. One thing at a time. Just continue to take care of business. So, Penn State, Oregon next Saturday in the Big Ten championship game. Hope everybody then. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, host Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live here on YouTube. So, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And college football, NFL season will roll on, and I'll have more reactions live here on YouTube. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Click the first link in the description. It's as good as the QR code if this was a video. We'll get back to that as well. But thanks for tuning in and listening, just not today, but all regular season. Penn State gets to 11-1 with a 44-7 win at home against Maryland, and now the Lions take on the Ducks. Quack, quack. Send them back to the fucking pond with a couple loud roars. Penn State, Oregon, Big Ten Championship next Saturday. We are